What's going on, everyone? Alright, so let me go ahead and get this set up real quick. But as you can see, it is day 77, and my phone is high on volume, my bad. Uh, so we have Fortnite tonight. Pretty excited for that, actually. I think that is all of that. There we go. Okay, so not much to say except for it's day 77 Horde. We just got to get our stuff together, get prepped, get over to our little Horde base, beat the living hell out of some Zeds, and work on our town. At least that's the goal. Okay. Oh, let me just adjust. Okay, so let's see where we left off yesterday. Let's just go ahead and yeah, let's get ourselves set up. I guess you know what? We'll put it in the 44 box. Oh crap, we actually got stuff on us. What's up, Lise? Let's see, drop that off. Drop that off. Hopefully get my hands working right. There we go. Alright, let's drop you. We don't need it. Honestly, we don't need any of this crap. Actually, we're going to leave the... you know what? Piss out. We'll take the shotgun with us. Why not? I'm feeling psychotic today. Get over there, please. What's up, cat? Everybody doing good? Okay, drop that off. Let's grab... yeah. Let's just grab a bunch of shit. How about we do that? Honestly, we're gonna have what? 62, 44, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, so... AP rounds. Ooh, come on, man. Don't be acting stupid now. Let's see. We're gonna need a lot of that because we're gonna go through a lot of 7.62. Realistically, we always go through a lot of 7.62. And I mean, by right, we actually do go through quite a bit of Magnum rounds at some point. It's that nice in-between weapon when all things are going to shit. Actually, I mean, we could take the SMG instead. Yeah, we'll be fine. We'll be totally fine. Everything is completely under control. I am an expert, if you didn't know. I am a pro. Hey, yeah, I mean, not so much. But I do have my first cup of coffee, and I am pretty happy. Let's see. Not yet. I have not talked about flowers yet. Speaking of which, we do have 7 Molotovs, though. If you're interested. just saying. Just saying. Don't piss in my Wheaties. I will piss. I have a shitload more of that. Yeah, crap. Overkill. Everybody loves overkill. Gas? There you are, you sleeky little shit. Slap all that in there. That is beautiful. Okay, so what are we gonna need? We're gonna need water. We ain't gonna need the breaching charges. Holy shit, I need recog. Grab another bandage, because you never know. Let's see. I actually do need to just set up a box or a chest or something so I can drop off my weapons on Horde nights. What else are we going to need? Am I missing anything? We're going to be using 44 rounds. We're going to be using AP rounds for the shotgun. And obviously the 7.62. We have a full stack of you. We got materials back at the base. I don't believe we have to repair anything. If we do, that's fine. We still got materials over there. I have no fear. Yeah, we do got actually. I mean, we do got quite a bit of. Yeah, we got more than enough of Magnum rounds. It's gonna. Well, don't really know how many. You know how the numbers are gonna go. I always expected to go higher, and it hasn't. So I've always been over prepping lately. Let's just grab another 500 guys. Like I always say, it's better to be over-prepared than under-prepared. When it's all said and done, yeah. Make sure your giblets are all protected. Alright, let's slam you down. That way, when that counter goes out, we have our protection. We are content with water. Coffee. No, well, like I said, the flowers, I mean, the possibility of Molotoving the flowers is only a direct result. And, you know, it's a retaliation tactic. Do I want to torch my little garden? Of course I don't. I mean, if the tree's on fire, I mean, it's on fire. I mean, sit in our little bathtub for a minute. Enjoy our comforts of our home. Alright. Make sure you are completely empty. You're completely empty. Everything looks good. We got recog. We got only 5 freaking learning elixirs. How the hell did it only go to 5? Oh, wait, there's 10. Ha! Yes, you... Yeah. Is there anything else I need on me? Well, we'll have steel when we get over there. So we'll put steel there. We'll have... I mean, we actually run around with empty slots now. I mean, to be fair, I only need 7.62. I don't really need the Magnum, and I really don't need the shotgun. I could pretty much survive on just the M60 and the sniper rifle. And if I really wanted to be adventurous, that's where slap a tactical on that bad boy, and there's my 3 weapons. That's all I actually need. Don't even need the sledgehammer. Overkill is classy. Yeah, when you don't over-prep, that's when bad things happen. Every time. It never fails. That's what I do. That's like, you know, Rat used to always make fun of me. Everybody used to make fun of me. Like on Legacy, if you look back on my toolbar, hell, even on this version. You see how much ammo I run around on a constant basis. But then I'm also the one that's never saying, oh, I'm out of ammo. Yeah. There's a reason why my kill counts and all that are consistent. I make sure I am prepped to kill everything. Like a good soldier in the apocalypse. I do love the way the base turned out, though. I was debating if I was actually going to stream tonight or not. I even laid down for about 3 minutes. Laid there, it's like, stretch my back out a little bit. And like, okay, fuck it, why not? Killing zombies sounds better. I won't stream tomorrow. But I might pick back up on Friday. If not, obviously Saturday will definitely be Cactus Dance Challenge. Should be interesting. See what kind of shenanigans happen there. Would help if I could see my little symbol. I think my symbol's there's a symbol. That's like earlier I was playing my side game, trying to get that established. It was a beautiful morning to wake up on day 10, run to wreck, and him selling 3 vehicle adventure books. The 3 I needed to craft my 4x4. Fucking 4x4 on day 10. Fucking ridiculous. I'm not even using the... And the sad thing is, I'm not even using the nerd... You know, the nerd outfit. I did find a tier 3. I've used it a few times, but not really a whole lot of success with it. But, you know, it's not like I'm prepped into intellect or anything. Like, good God, progression has gotten so damn easy. Cindy, Ed, the power couple of the apocalypse. As always, you always find Cindy laying on her back. With Ed, with his mind blown. Did the other jackasses show up around here while we were gone? Oh, I could replace... I really don't give a shit about the ladder. I don't know if that really made a difference or not. I mean, it does give them the option. Options are good, so... I guess that's not really a bad thing. I guess we could replace the ladder. But we are here early enough to make sure I have everything I need. I don't believe we have any concrete that needs to be repaired anywhere. But just in case... Let's grab these just so in case the spikes are actually damaged. I don't know. And more importantly, let's get over here so Cass can get up here. Stay right there, you little shit. Yep. Okay. We had a little bit of damage up here. Best anti-air defense in the game. I know a lot of people like using the SMG turrets and shit, but you don't need them. Yeah, well, depending on how your base is set up, obviously. I have not needed air defense at all. We did it on Preacher 2.0, but did we need it? Not really. The only reason why we used it was just to prevent seeing spikes on the church. That's the only reason why we used it. All because of aesthetics. I mean, it worked out pretty well, though, but... It was nice finally using them, though. Not gonna lie. I need to actually, think about how I really want to set up this design in the future. I mean, obviously this works. Obviously, if I made that a lot further out, block cops from being able to see us and spit at us, would be a lot better. But, I don't know. I think the cops are starting to see us through, half blocks again. What's up, Strawberry? I don't know. I just gotta... I don't know. It seems like cops are spotting me in angles that they should not be spotting me from. I don't know. Maybe it's just my imagination. But it definitely doesn't feel right. And do we really need anything? Yeah, no, I mean, normal design let's face it, normal design I would have this 3 wide. This would actually be elongated out, at least out to here. Depth corridor, basically. And it works out really well that way, too, because let's face it, you start getting Chuck, you get desert spitters, you get cops. Yeah. If the blocks are actually shielding them from your sight, then by the time they are able to spot you to do their little special thing, you're already aiming down their face. So. No blocks are missing or anything, right? No. Normally I would have 2 sets of stairs. This time, we don't even need it. Wait, are we missing? No, we're not missing a block. Okay, let's go ahead and upgrade that. Not that it matters. I will say, doing it this way, if you remember my previous Horde Nights, they would always come back up here and smash this block. They don't even do that no more. I don't know if that's because of the change to the AI or what, but I am not arguing. Oh, and you know what? Alright, fine. Fine. There. It gives them options. Everybody likes options. Even zombies. Alright, and Cass, you were left upstairs. If you would so kindly give me some loose ammo real quick. Hey, Steve! I just want to go. Looks like this POI reset. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we went through this. Ain't no way we did. Yeah, it definitely got reset. See, this is my fear. This is always my fear. Shit getting reset. Well, we don't have... Shit, we don't have our tools with us. You sit here and keep listening. What? POIs resetting? Or am I, in a different conversation? Really, dude? You can't open that? You busted! See, this makes no logical sense in this game. You'll shoot through a fucking steel block like it's a wet paper bag. But you can't break that. This is why you fail. Hope y'all were having fun. If y'all weren't, well, you're just shit out of luck. Ooh, a glass jar. You're fine. Well, Big Mama. Got something in your ear. And your butt cheek. Wakey, wakey, bitches! Wake up! need a vitamin! What the fuck was that? I swung. You saw that, right? I swung my weapon and switched to the fucking sniper. That was, I don't know what to think of that. This game's been acting kind of weird lately. Well, a little bit more weirder than normal. Got a vitamin? I got vitamins at the base. I don't care. What in the... Okay. Hang on. Okay, we got that one. I'm changing, if you don't know, I'm using, the dual edge. I must have accident. Oh, shit. Well, oh well. That's right, because of Dan's challenge, I switched to one button configuration for that whole push to talk, because I wasn't sure. Anyway, I gotta... Okay, now the weird thing is, why does it have an exclamation mark on it? Profile stored in my controller. Yeah. Overwrite that. Customize buttons. Let's see. Let's customize you to be... I don't fucking know. I think at one point I forgot what button I was using that for. Yeah, we'll just do that. There we go. Now it controls my light. Because you got the little back trigger buttons that you can actually program. That's how I'm able to jump now a lot more efficiently and actually do 360s. I never thought I would buy the dual edge, you know, the dual edge controller, but I ended up doing that. Ooh, does that mean... I got something to do before the hard night. Back attack? What's up? Yeah, the blue screen's when I go into a different thing. That's not the game. So, like, if I go into settings, if I got, like, to adjust something, or in this case, like I said, because I'm using that dual edge controller. I bought that last year. But I forgot because of Dan's challenge, I switched the button combination. That's why it switched to, when I went to go swing with the sledgehammer right then. Does that mean, the car? Whoa, grabjack. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah, I better fucking run. Bye, Big Mama. That tier 4 sniper rifle. Yeah. Yeah, because we need more stuff to sell and... Useless weapons that we can't ever use. Oh. We started out with the challenge using that push to talk. And then I wasn't sure if it was working as intended. So shortly after we were doing the challenge, that's when I switched it. Oh my god, the lag. Come on, dude. Stop going where I don't want you to go. Let's see, does that mean Butcher Pete also, nah, it still hasn't reset on Butcher Pete, though. My fear is actually coming over here on the Horde Night one day and finding out that this reset. Because you know at some point it's going to reset. Not that big of a deal. I mean, at this point in the game. Yay, vitamins! It's like I was prepared for stuff. Oh, that's right. We did bring yourself a workbench. That was so nice last Horde Night, being able to box my ammo instead of having to make 2-3 trips. We probably cool down a little bit. Let's see. Do we need to do anything important? Not really. We don't actually have to repair anything, but obviously we will keep the nail gun and some steel just in case. Which, I mean, let's face it, we all know when it comes to that bar, it's me that blows it up at some point in the night. Especially using shotguns. I mean, let's face it. Those AP rounds are disgusting. We don't have a land claim block here. By right, the chunk shouldn't reset unless we're not visiting. So by right, it shouldn't ever reset because we're always here, at least at, within 7 days. Shouldn't. So where we're sitting at right now at the kills. So, I mean, right now we're actually sitting pretty good. That put us up to what? 18,877 kills at the moment. I would like to see another 1,600 plus kill Horde Night. I don't know if we can actually get that with 2.0 anymore. Just the way they changed everything But I don't know. I mean, even though we got Skittle Zeds, we're still popping them pretty damn quick. So the spawning rate should still keep up with it. Well, I don't know. But I know 1.0 and, 1.4 as well. What was it? Like I said, I think the best was 1649 or something. Or it might have actually been a little bit higher than that. Yeah, precaution is the best thing against this game. God knows things go really wrong with this game sometimes. I mean, let's face it, we're here every 7 days, and Uncle Ray's reset, so I don't know. Most basic ass fucking base I could ever come up with, and the damn thing is, don't need power, don't even need electrical fences. I would have liked to have some, but not like they ever really they're not really a threat. By the time they bust through that, and we always got them completely under control anyway, so it don't matter. No random zombies or anything like that? Turn on our classic spooky vision. Nothing? Okay. Alright, well. Let's just double check everything. We're not going to need that. We're not going to need that. We can't ever get a concussion anymore anyway, so no big deal. This still would have been a pretty cool flip for a base if we would have stayed here. But of course the western town wasn't here, so don't know why I did all that. Yeah, like I said, I mean I could actually extend this out, although cops would still see me from over there. I am starting to miss having my 3 wide and the platform right here. Because I do like to have fun with the grenades and explosives. I miss that. So I might, maybe another horde base down the road, we'll go back to the other style. And then that will actually give me an excuse to use lecture fences again. Which I kind of like. I miss that. Let's go ahead and start popping our elixirs. Not that we need it. Hopefully everybody's doing good. Let's get our anti-skittle meds going. I don't think we got enough ammo! Alright, let's get to it. Come one, come no. Hey, buddy! Oh, no! Don't even give a shit about these. Howdy, cowboy. That's a lot of jelly rolls. Ooh, he pooped out a yellow bag. Yeah, let the beast fly over our head. Get out of here, you jackass. Would you stop that, Arlene? Oh, he was rocking out just a second ago. Too bad. Lots of jelly rolls. Good job. Fluffy is in force today. He heard I bought donuts yesterday. That's... Damn it. That explains it. Little Jigglypuff over there. Oh, the bees are stuck in the... Yeah, the bees are stuck there. Good. Dude. God, I hate monkeys. I guess we can still call them spiders. I don't know. I got so used to them being called monkeys now. I mean, technically the original spiders are still in the game. They just don't act like spiders used to. Damn, another spinner. Oh, he blew. Always get the click. Sorry, Jiggles. Jesus Christ, how many of them? Wow. All right. That's the most spinners we've seen in the Horde Night. Nut shot. Oh, he shoots zombies in the head to kill them. Get down thick. What's up, Shane? Jelly Roll, would you stop that? Discount Spider-Man, that's all he is. Alright, oh, yeah, have fun over there. Love the kickback when they jump up. That AP rounds, man, they're just so damn sick, really, though. For sheer brutality. And they go so far. It's just a shame that they wreck every damn block behind them. Absolute rudeness. It's why I can't invite you guys to my house. Jelly Roll would eat all my fucking stacks. There we go, Jiggles. I don't think I got enough out of that box to clean my house after Jiggles shows up. But it would be fun! It'll burn, but it'll be fun, probably. You having issues? I hate those fucking things with a passion. I don't know anybody that likes them. Hey, you forgot that other shaft that wasn't down, didn't you? Guess who broke the bottom block already? What? Let them come! Let them come! They did that a couple Hornets ago that happened. They managed to break through a steel block that fucking quick. But then they can't open a fucking, they can't bust through a door that's only 100 HP. Make it make sense, people! Well, obviously we can't use logic when it plugs in, so... Oh, I'm sorry. What y'all think was gonna happen? I was just gonna let you come right up and smack me in the face? Nope, nope, where you little fucker? I mean, it actually makes it a lot easier to kill you bastards when you do go through there. Just saying. How many fucking bees do we gotta fight? Now, if I wanted added security, if you've seen my other horde bases, like, what was it, Country Life? I've talked about before having my garage door, the little separation, that way I would be able to get in there. Although back then that was to get the loot bags before they increased the time on all that. Almost it ready, girl. Well, you already busted that one. There's on it. Oh, to be fair, I think it's the spiders. I'm pretty sure the last time that happened, where they busted that block that quick, that was because of the spiders. Which makes sense because now that they're only worried about one block at the bottom, of course the Muppets would jack up their fucking block damage since they could only reach the bottom block. Ooh, infernal goobers. Get the hell out of my face. As long as I aim for the top block, Ain't gotta worry about the block underneath them. Still getting a little bit of input lag though. Makes it hard to aim. Get out of here, you little shit. Instead of looking at chat while I'm doing this. Get off of that. Woo! Okay. It's goobering time. Going back to me now, Jiggles? Too late, Jiggles. Get out of my face. Really? Ew! Looks like Jiggle's been here. The new one. Oh, fuck off already! What the? Fucking little son of a bitch! Make up your fucking mind! Stupid fucking AI! Said before, if they ever give us the option to turn some of these motherfuckers off, I probably will. Those are so fucking stupid. Let's take the moment. got a moment. Here, kitty. Big mama. Bob. Look, girl, I know you're glowed up and all that, but don't give a shit. Two in the morning? That's going pretty quick. Yeah, you jackasses ain't never gonna win, you know that, right? I can't get over the amount of fucking spinners, though, at the start. Aw, sorry, Big Mama. That wasn't a Twinkie. That was an AP shell right there. Freaking face. You stop that, you little freaky fuck. And then I swear, you don't even see them fucking come through this way. It's like they're spawning over there sometimes. People make good money for that type of content. Whee! Look at all the freaking bodies flying. Ah, fucking jelly roll back. Look, Skeletor, I will see your movie in June. Alright? Till then, fuck off. I believe it's June. The new He-Man's coming out. I can't fucking wait. Of course, Cindy over here wants to feel the power of my great skull. Whee! There you go. Nope, shit. Got the wrong one. That was point blank range. that big old sausage fest back there? Ass? Look, fucking vulture, man. That is. Fucking run around with dual vultures. I know I'm missing chat. I hope you guys ain't asking or saying something that I want to reply to. I'm sorry. Got. I am trying to take my vitamins, sir. Would you please leave me the fuck alone for a second? Just kind of want to double check myself. And I was going to bring my SMG instead of the shotgun. I just want to make a knife for that as well. And we got so much 9mm. It's not even freaking funny, so we might end up doing that. Well, we got so much freaking ammo of everything, it don't really even freaking matter what we use. Oh, get his ass out to dry. Oh, you think that's cute? Yep. Right. 330? Not bad. Aww. Pretty damn consistent night, though. Wish I knew how many spinners we actually got, but apparently they took the place of any demos this fortnight. See, that's why I don't run on the ground anymore. There's no reason to ever add spinners for a fucking speed debuff. That's just, oh my god, how dare you beat our game mentality. And yeah, maxed out gear, speed. I can be drinking medic rushes and pretty much counter that debuff. That's not the freaking point, though. You know? Yeah, you're stuck by a beach and fucking slow you down. That makes no sense to me. Because I miss Legacy. Legacy, yeah, I ran out the fucking ground. I had a horde base, but I didn't need one. Technically, I still don't need one, but the way they changed the Zeds and everything now, I don't know. That's just more stupid than anything. Like, if they didn't turn these into bullet spongy Skittles, I would be more than happy to go back to being on the ground on Horde Nights and shit. Doing stupid shit. I miss those days. Come on, everybody line up. Hey, Mom! Did you have a good Horde Night? There we go. You know what we didn't have? We didn't have cops, did we? Karen finally didn't call the cops on us. Holy shit! Oh yeah. I gotta use all the ammo. Got 6 rounds. Well, easy peasy lemon squeezy. Cass, how was your night out here in the middle of nowhere? Do me a favor and hold on to that for me, bro. What I would like is actually at least 762 on us in case some weird shit happens while we're down there. That's really all I care about. After that, you can hold all that. I ain't worried about another fucking. Man, we got like fucking 80 jars at home. It's ridiculous. We don't need that though. And what I will do, actually, you know what? Clear up a little bit of room so we can just get a little bit more stuff. You go ahead and hold that because we're not gonna need it. More importantly, though, I will hold on to the steel so we can repair anything. You know, we actually never even grabbed our damn blocks. I just realized that. That would have been a fatal, really big fatal error if, shit would have went south. Ooh, look at the yellow bags, though. And watch us not get one beeswax. Actually, I'm gonna pause that for a second. Let me try to catch up, chat. I apologize, guys. Anybody show up that I didn't see? Hoping not. I know you guys were... You know, a conversation going on, that's all I know. Alright, so scrolling back. Yeah, Blades, dude, I swear to God, and I don't hate on Blades to hate on them. Like Dead Island, the original Dead Island, you had 4 characters that you could pick. And you had the one Asian chick, I think her name was it Xian? Jian? I don't remember, it's been so years. Probably butchering it, so forgive me. But she, you know, but again, she was a blade expert. You had fucking katanas. Yeah, like, you know, you had all these different, you know, fucking bladed weapons. Not a fucking machete. If they added katanas to this game, I have a feeling I would switch to blades again. Because I love chopping off limbs on Zeds. But I don't know, in this game, well, actually, to be fair, even sledgehammers fail. Um, because they turned the Zeds into these fucking bullet sponge tanks for no reason, other than just fucking stupid. Uh, you know, to me, melee fails a lot. And Blades on 1.0 was the last time I tried to use the machete full time. And I swear to God, you know, you got to that point in the game where you hit them with a machete and they just looked at you like you're fucking stupid and then proceeded to fucking bend you over and beat the shit out of you. And it's like, you know what? I'll go with blunt. That way I can knock their ass to the ground. That's why I look for blunt weapons. Spear, sledgy, club, sending chickens in orbit with the sun baton, which is probably my ultimate favorite thing to do now. Parenting stuff and blah blah blah. Which hopefully anybody that's having trouble with all that, I hope it, not having any trouble with all that. I hope everything is good on you guys' ends. What bad jokes? I tell great jokes. Ah, yeah, we didn't have any birds. Oh, you guys can guess. Oh yeah, if you guys haven't guessed, yeah, there was a, because we haven't looked at stats yet. Oh, Shane, what's up, Shane? So sorry again. Sorry if you guys showed up when I was in the middle of that, but everybody knows when you're in Horde Night. Well, and you've seen how fast they were pouring through, so. And I don't really want to pause in the middle of a Horde Night. I hate doing that. Oh, did you get off your paid hostage situation? That's good. Chasing Bunny with a knife. Shane, I will shoot you with my sniper rifle. Leave that fucking bunny alone! You guys are gonna shit when I start a new series and I kill bunnies. Oh, is that what it is? I need bunny blood to make it work? Ah, that's why the machete fails me all the time. Huh. Okay. Alright, well, let me start grabbing all the loot instead of sitting here like a jackass. Hey, beeswax! Yeah, we're just gonna grab everything. As far as, like, tools, we're probably gonna just drop them out of the box. I'm not gonna try to bring them all back. Beeswax. I think we actually got, like, 3 at home, so that means I'll actually be able to make a new one. I would like to have 4 total. Oh, no! They broke 1 block! What will I ever do? My base is a failure. Yeah, fuck. Change the fucking design, Pump Him. I will fucking still win. I'm not ever. I am not losing. The stupid shit. Unless it's my own doing, and then by all means I will fail all the time. Lots of loot bags. I am so glad everything came out. Decided to poop some loot. Sir, I am busy at the moment. But you are totally counted as horde because you're interrupting my looting spree. Actually, I don't know if that blue loot bag is still up there. There was a loot bag sitting up there at one point. Never ends, people. Nope, okay. So, oh, okay. They broke that. They broke a block over there. That's a first. That's a first. Let's run up here. Make sure there ain't no bags stuck up here. Yes, there is. Okay, it dropped. At one point when we were sitting here, I saw the loot bag. I think it was sitting right there on the edge. That looks like it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. And do we got cloth anywhere? Nope, okay. Base is still completely intact. The only block that was actually busted was that one. Which, again, that's the second time that's happened where it's busted almost instantly. Even though it was 10,000 fucking steel. There is a lot of shenanigan bullshit with the AI and their block damage. What's up, Wolfgang? PvP? You don't know me very well. There's a reason why I don't play PvP. I'll just leave it at that. There's a major reason why I don't play PvP. Oh. Oh! Kill count! Kill count. Calculator. Oh, we started out with 18,877. And after Horde Night, we're up to 20,253. Again, for 1,376. We've gotten close to 1,400, but we just can't break that fucking, we just can't break that fucking, that level. It's just, well, like I said, 2.0, they changed things. Even with the Skittles ids, you know, I know they made the Horde Nights last longer, but I had more kills and ending Horde Night at 1:30 in the morning. So, I don't know. I'd rather have the more kills than the Skittles heads, if you ask me. So Cat had 1250. Maybe at 1285. Alright. And that was 13. Yeah, so whoever's closest to 1376. Yeah, those yellow bags. Yeah. See, that's what was pissing me off when we moved to the desert at the beginning of the series. Yeah, they added the apiary and all that shit, and it's like I can't get any fucking beeswax. I'm killing all these fucking spitters and everything, and I can't get a damn beeswax from any of them. I wish it kept count of every. I wish it was like the Long Dark in other games where it actually kept count of the Z type that you killed. I would love to pull up a stat and see how many spitters I've killed, how many chucks, you know, things of that nature. Even if it wasn't classified with like the Cindy, you know, the non-feral and the feral, and then the radiated, but when it came to the special ones like the spitter, the goobers, the cops, demos, I wish there was a full kill count. Jojo, what's up, man? You feeling pretty good today? Or is your sugar still fluctuating bad? Hopefully not. I don't need it to be red with a headlight for me to be very proficient in PvP. Y'all don't know me. You do not know me. You see this persona as a gamer. You don't see the other side. That's why I always wanted to. That's why for the longest time on Legacy, I thought about doing a PvP game. Just to see with Legacy, but God, the controls on Legacy. Oh man, I just I don't know. All right, so what the fuck did we end up getting anyway? 12 magazines. Yeah, we'll scrap them like that. We'll read the small ones. While they're breaking down the other ones, we'll get the free XP. Not that we need the XP. Not by any freaking means. And I don't know about the clothes. Well, you know the sad thing is you only get one fucking cloth when you scrap them, and they only worth $46. That is so stupid. That is such a waste of time. Alright, we got 15,000, or not 15,000, 1,500 dukes this time around. Got some mods, which we didn't care. We did get 2 beeswax. Despite killing how many ranchers? 2,600 bucks. Not too shabby, I guess. 21 freaking motor parts. What in the hell? And somebody pooped out a battery. Alright. Got a full stack of brass in here. Alright, second box. What the hell did we get? More ammo. Schematics. Ah, schematics, we can sell those. Yeah, we'll just read them. On those. Close. Drop that, drop that. Road. All useless crap that we don't need. 22 nails. Who the hell? We got 2 treasure maps. Sweet. Don't need the steroids. 3 recog. Okay, so I think we burnt what, 4 recog? So we only technically spent 1. You know what? I'll scrap them and we'll bring back the parts. If not, I'll drop them on the ground. I'm not going to try to sell most of the shit because I don't know about you guys, but I don't have the luck. It seems like every time I go to a trader, the son of a bitch will not buy sledgehammers. Let's see. Anything important? No, of course not. I'm just going to drop those. I'll scrap that while we're here. Useless. Lumberjack. We'll sell some of those. Scrap that. Jesus Christ. I mean, see, this is where we need the ability to combine shit again. You know, all these tools, and it has absolutely no value to us. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. You repair them, they sell for a pretty decent penny, but yeah, it's just, you know, again, traders will only buy so much of it, you know? Oh, hang on. Oh, your results came back? Going back for more blood tests? Well, that's not necessarily bad news. You know, they just, now it's, thankfully they spot an issue, and that means they can actually work on it, hopefully. And it's, you know, something that can be fixed, or adjusted, or regulated. I don't know how everybody else is when it comes to medical, but I know in my mindset, it's bad, you know, don't get me wrong, it's bad when you hear that, you know, you got bad news medical-wise. But then, you know, if there's medication, things of that stuff that they can do, at least that's a little bit more of a relief than just like, well, you're fucked, you know. Yeah, that's not because that's always been my luck when it came to medical. That's why I never went to hospitals. So there's some kind of like imbalance or something then going on, huh? I would assume that there's some way there's something to help regulate that. I would think. I mean, I'm not a medical expert, obviously. But I would like to think that they have, you know, ways to solve that, because it's not like it's something that's, you know, unheard of. Oh, actually, we're gonna box the ammo. So let's grab all the ammo first. I guess we'll start with Magnum rounds, and we do have a workbench there, so that's my only requirement for boxing ammo. Make sure I have a workbench present. So what is that? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. So 21 boxes. Come on. Okay. Did we get a 9mm? Yes, we did. Of course we did. Okay, what do we got here? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24. That's 24 boxes. Oh, God, see that the input is forcing it to go. Holy shit! Alright, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. 3, 6, 9. God damn it. Let's do that. Oh, cool. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Right? 9, 12. Yeah, 15. Grab 3 boxes of you. Damn near all our slug ammo back that we spent. So we got what? 3, 6, 9. 3, 6, 9. And we still ain't gonna have enough room, are we? Well, we do got the storage mod on the gyrocopter. It does hold more now. Excuse me. Yeah, that's why you don't go. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, it does help to go to the doctor if you're not feeling right. Let's just put it that way. I wonder if the protein shake adds more to it or what. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, though. Appreciate you swinging by, Joe. Definitely take care of yourself, man. So even if it don't have sugar, just... So what, is that like a psychological thing then, Strawberry? That's what that sounds like. You would poop out a bag. And you would poop out more fucking ammo. You jackass. Well, shit. We ain't got enough room. Alright, well, let's prepare the base real quick while we're here. Get it over with before we grab everything and take it back. Not bad. Only 1 block lost. Yeah, we did check over here, right? The only other block that I see that was damaged... Okay, they did mess that up a little bit. They didn't mess with that. They decided to bust through that instead of run around, but no big deal. What about around here? You would expect... Yeah, okay. Some of the rage damage went there. That's the side that they fall on, so you would expect them to hit on this side more. Well, surprisingly, it's not like we had anything blow up down here, so I don't know why there's actual damage on the floor. There should be no damage on the floor. Okay, they hit that one a little bit. I know, what was it? That one Horde Night, they did bust through here. Okay. I mean, overall, that ain't shit. Grand scheme of things? Okay, now the important thing is up here where all our AP routes and everything. I did pull up a little bit more of shooting downward, but we still took out half a block with our AP rounds. I was going to say, this should have took a big blunt. Ooh, 19%. But, again, to be fair, that a lot of that damage is coming from us on that. So, I mean, that's you know, it is what it is on that. Same as that block right there. That's definitely us. Every single time. There we go. And again, like I said, that's the second time I've noticed, now it could be because that forced me to aim down a lot more, or it's because of spiders, and that they're actually hitting harder on the blocks, which I can see that actually happening. Not bad. Horde base is technically, secure again. Technically ready for another Horde night. Kinda sad, ain't it? Drop that in there. Oh shit, we left Cass upstairs. Let's see how much, room he's got. We might end up having... I think we're going to have to make another trip over here if we really want to grab everything. Alright, how much room you got left in you? Not a whole lot. You know what? I don't care about that. Oh, so close. Alright, thank Jay. I know there's some shit. I mean, honestly, the clothes, I could probably just say fuck it as well. It don't really, I mean, I don't need to make first aid kits. We're always getting more anyway. I could leave the vitamin here to replace the one that we took earlier. So let's just go ahead and do that then. There. And we only had to use that one because I was being a jackass, so that's completely on me. Well, let's look at inside the gyrocopter real quick. Ah, what's up, Steve? Everything going good on your end, man? Oh, here. There we go. Fucking jar out there. Let's see. And we boxed all the ammo. So... I mean, yeah, I could box those, but I ain't worried about it. I mean, realistically, I could scrap those. Or actually, I could just put them in the damn, in the armor. I have no reason for these mods anyway in my box. We got so freaking many of them anyway as it is. I have no use for it. But what, that's another 2 treasure maps, so we're up to 14 now, I believe. No, Strawberry, we never actually got dogs. As far as leaving ammo, like I said last week, I kind of like having all my ammo at my base, so I know where I stand at all times. And Yeah, there's always my luck of coming over here and everything getting reset on me. Because apparently we're going to have to drop all 3 of my land claim blocks on that damn that western town. And maybe get somebody in here to drop 3 land claim blocks for me of their character. Because we had zombies spawn inside that POI that we restored. So that's not a good thing. Zombies shouldn't have respawned on a player-placed block, but here we are. And they probably did that because, who was it that did it? Was it Cautious Pancake that did it? Many months ago? I think he was the one that tested it, or somebody else. Like, you know, how many blocks do you have to put down to prevent zombies from spawning? And it was a ridiculous number. It was like 100 or some shit. And it's not like those were, you know, but on Horde Night, yeah, since he had it was like 100 radius, you know, 100 by 100 block slab. And sure enough, Horde Night, he tested it with a Horde Night. The zombies were all spawning outside, but they were too far away to even see them, so he was basically safe the entire Horde Night. So I'm pretty sure they changed that because of that, probably. Because God forbid you play the game how you want to. Which is so stupid, because, you know, they focus on changes like that. But you have the option to turn off Horde Night, so what the fuck? Why completely overchange the entire mechanics and fuck up the game? Yeah, if a person doesn't want to deal with Horde Night, they just turn the son of a bitch off. It's not that hard. You know, yeah, you counter the fun pimps if you don't like Horde Night. And like I said before, if you know, if a person wants an AFK base, who gives a shit? Let them play how they want to play, you know? So yeah, I guess that is, yeah, so that's a psychological thing. You taste sweet even though it's not sweet, your body reacts as it. Which is a lot of things in life anyway. That's why mental health is very important. Human body can do some amazing shit based on just mental. It's kind of fucked up. I mean, that's like all these gun parts. We didn't need to bring them back. God damn, we all know we didn't need to bring them back. I didn't need to bring back those. I didn't believe them. Can't get a concussion anyway, so it doesn't matter. Though they are kind of nice because you do get that 40, that instant 40, health. That is kind of nice. Oh, that's right. We got a sniper rifle from, before Horde Night. Two bottles of murky water. God damn it. Like we need water. We haven't needed water since day 3 when I bought a fucking crucible. And even then, we didn't even have to make jars. Nope. Okay. That's like with weapons and everything. when it comes to the armor, they'll only buy so many of the same type anyway, as well. That's why I said, you know, it might not be everyone's cup of tea, but they do need to bring back. It sounds like they were. Sounds like they are going to. It would be nice to do a horde night, get all these weapons and tools and shit, and actually have a purpose for them. Maybe that's just me. Yeah, true. I mean, yeah, you have the option of turning on cheats. Especially if you're on PC. You don't even have to play on creative mode. You can just at fucking will just open up the creative menu and fucking pull everything out to your heart's content and close it, and no one would ever know. The wisest. You know, I mean, it's kind of like, well, yeah, so worried about fucking countering players, but then there's systems in place to counter the shit anyway, so what the hell does it matter? That's why I find it absolutely ridiculous, you know? Completely unnecessary shit. It's like, what's it, you know, not solving anything, but... Don't be looking at my giblets, people? Those are my giblets? I thought I saw another... Oh, there it is. Yay, we got an antibiotic. 3,200 more in cash, so now we got almost 14,000 cash. And this looks like all this is gonna go down here. Yeah, sure, why not? That's a lot of loot. That was a lot of loot. Now that we're home, let's finally put all this stuff away, because we've kind of been ignoring it for a while. Red tea, goldenrod. We got some yucca juice. We got murky water. We got 2 food bundles. Didn't even realize that. Go ahead, pop yourself a shroom. Ah, that was a good horde night. Just come home and chill and think about the universe and all the ridiculous amounts of treasure maps we got. Just how everything's so mellow. Do you ever stop and think and wonder if oxygen is really what kills everybody? That we're really immortal? But the one thing that we all share in life is that we breathe in oxygen? And that trees are actually out to kill us? Because they're the ones that make oxygen? Plants? We're just plants' playthings in the universe. Creepy shit, huh? Okay. Let's see. We got antibiotics. We got some of those. We got some recon. We're up to 8. Camera little learning elixirs. Actually, what the hell did we get in the food bundles? Why not? What the hell? Spaghetti and shepherd's pie. That's not so bad. If fucking blueberry seeds that we gotta take over the shit. Alright, let's get everything put away downstairs then. Start this fucking clusterfuck. Uh, we really gotta... How the hell is that not painted? Oh, that's a bullshit. Alright, we're gonna have to fix that. Oh, we got paper. By those itches, we got freaking boots for some reason in that box. Put that in that box for the moment. Let's go and try to put all this stuff away. Yep, that brought us up to 5 beeswax. We even got a little forged iron and steel and all that. Yeah, I think next Horde Night we'll put the shotgun away and we'll use the SMG. I don't think I got enough gun parts. What do you guys think? Or sledgehammer parts. Or steel tool parts. Fucking 250, 266 freaking gun. How much does that even sell for? 2,600! I need you guys to keep my hoarding in check. That's kind of ridiculous. And we're not even done, because I just remember... Oh, no, okay. We are done. For a minute there, I forgot. I didn't know if we cleared that little son of a bitch out or not. I couldn't remember. Oh, actually, you know what? $14 fucking points. Good God. And don't forget, my XP, I set it at 125%. Now, just a little bit, not a whole lot. Just that little bit to speed it up a little bit, but Jesus Christ. Bragging about what? What you talking about? What you talking about, Willis? I mean, for shits and giggles. Oh, no, I don't like that stupid baseball fucking click sound from the Grand Slam. I think that's still a useless fucking perk. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do hit them with the sledgehammer when I'm running sometimes, but I don't give a shit. Healing factor, iron gut. Could do like I'm doing on multiplayer and put the vulture away for a little while. And just run an SMG, an M60, and my sniper. Then I'd only need 2 ammo types in my inventory, which would be nice. That is the one thing I miss about Legacy. Well, no, that's actually not true, because I would rock my... Well, no. On Legacy, I eventually swapped to using the Magnum, the SMG, and my AK and my sniper, so I was running 3 freaking ammo types. 10 points. Again, piercing precision has no effect to us. I guess we could just max out intellect. And that way we can... I mean, all that does is what? Repair kits? The crafting the vehicles, fucking cares a shit. See, that to me, that's one of the useless perks. It's like, oh, cool, you can make it 30, you can make wheels and bicycle parts 33% cheaper. But you don't need to max that out to make a gyrocopter. And by the time you're able to make a gyrocopter, you should have more than enough resources to cover it, so it doesn't even matter for the discount. That's why I said a lot of these perks, long term, it's kind of redundant or just absolutely useless. Actually, putting into this because it would speed up anything in the chemistry station if we want to make anything. You know what? If I'm not, you know what? I'll give it another try. Let's max out lockpicking. If we're not going to run the Vulture and the shotgun, I'll need the lockpick anyway, so I guess that kind of makes sense. And the final 3 points, we'll boost that up again. And we can't boost that up, can we? And we can't boost that up yet. I don't care about Daring Adventure. Don't really care about Better Barter. Nothing for us to buy there anyway, so who gives a shit? Maybe deep cuts for the stamina when we're farming. Looks like that's really the last of it. Yeah, we even got Max Hunt. Yeah, Huntsman. Okay. I'll boost that up. Alright, so for the time being, Mr. Vulture and Shotgun. It's going to feel weird because I'm actually going to have a lot more room than I normally would have. So, first things first. First things first, let's grab all our stuff back. Put the bridging rounds away because we don't need it. Well, we still got the same amount of room, don't we? Okay. So, yeah. 7.62, 7.62, 9mm. And really, if I wanted to, I could just say, hell, that you run the tactical, which actually, let's craft one of those. I could run a tier 6 tactical with the M60, and the only ammo we would ever actually have to run with is 7.62. But I'm feeling froggy. It feels like it's been forever since we used the SMG now. So let's do the same thing. We'll keep 900 rounds. Motherfucker. Keep 900 rounds. Plus our box. I prefer staying nice and armed. Faking innocence? I am innocent. I don't know what you're talking about. I am the prime example of innocence. You guys are the ones that kill bunnies. I'm just gonna throw that out there. You gotta be a special kind of monster to kill bunnies. I'm just saying. Oh, you're not gonna. Alright, alright. I got ways to counter that. I told you, I got ways to counter. I got ways to counter that! Game should know by now. If I say I'm gonna paint something and you're gonna block it, I will not be denied my visual aesthetics. Ever! Well, that's another reason why I stopped killing bunnies. Little fuckers. Not to mention, them little son of bitches, man. Well, every animal in the game, like Legacy with the pigs. Not so much deer, but pigs and rabbits and chickens. Them son of a bitches would lead you to a bear 9 out of 10 times. You go to hunt them down, and I swear to God, you would run smack into a bear. There we go. And throw our tool in there. Throw that in there. Throw that in there. I think we should be good with clay in the forge now. Nope, not entirely. Still got 3 full stacks, so like I said, I did some mining, but I didn't get to do a whole lot of mining. And then I cleaned it up that day that I took off. Cleaned it up, boxed up my wood. Oh, wait a minute. I bet you we don't have any, do we? We got 7. Okay. And we need mechanical parts. And we need a workbench. How are we on glue and duct tape and all that? Actually, that's what we're going to do. We're going to grab a bunch of that water upstairs. We're going to turn all that into glue. I'll give our camp station something to do. God knows, it's not like we ain't got water and we ain't got bones. Oh! Fuck, we had paint going! What the shit? I thought there was something off when I looked last time. I knew there was something off. We used a whole fucking stack of bones on that one though. That's awesome. Let's make some more. Yeah. Yeah. Life of a hoarder. Alright, actually, how much acid do we got? See, only 36. This is what I was saying on multiplayer with, when, like, Rat made the comment about making, learning elixirs, and then, like I said, with Recog. Because at least I can go around the vending machines and get, learning elixirs all day long. Usually. But Recog? But the cost is so fucking expensive. I didn't forget about the paint. For whatever reason, it stopped painting that. Or, I mean, it stopped crafting it. Could have sworn we had put the appropriate amount in all that. Not like it takes long. And we're waiting on lockpicks anyway, so. Look at me, trying to be all proactive with the lockpicking again. Actually, I'm doing lockpicking, that way I can give you guys a rant here in a little while. If you don't know, my opinions of lockpicking in this game will soon come to light. I think we're gold on everything else, right? We got you, you're fully reloaded. Let's just make sure we got everything reloaded. Yes, we do. Double check. Cass, you got nothing in you. That's awesome. Let's grab that so we can... run over here and drop off the boots. Just leave you in the bike. Of course, we got a bunch of shit in the bike still. Why wouldn't we have stuff everywhere? Oops. I don't know why I thought my damn storage boxes were somewhere else. So I'd like to go and try to find another 5 more beeswax, though. Oh, actually, you know what? Well, that's another reason why I was putting into intellect. Because now that things are cheaper in the campfire, it's no longer 4 bottles of acid to make a recog. I do need to grow some beer, though. So some hop seeds and all that. I know we got beer, but I don't think we got a whole lot. Oh, I mean... And the bad thing is that I was actually going to break that out and put a little beverage cooler in there. But that's okay. I mean, at some point, I probably should just say hell with it and grab a bunch of stuff and sell it. But we also got a lot of shit to just grab and sell anyway, you know? The amount of water we gotta drink now in this game is kind of ridiculous. Just saying. Feels a little ridiculous anyway to me. Okay, well, it's still early. I still want to go and beat the shit out of some Zeds. Oh, hey, I forgot. Ate with my butt again. God fucking forbid. I keep forgetting that I'm a human being and I eat with my ass. And that zombies are attracted to human feces, apparently, so... You know, the lore that we all know, you know. Alright, so the only job we have technically available to us is the Rockworks. Would you guys want to see that? Or should we go and try to pick up a different job? Yeah, you could craft springs and mechanical parts on Legacy. Once you unlocked steel smithing. I think springs was the last thing that unlocked, so you had to get the third level in steel smithing. I think tier 1. What did tier 1 unlock? Did tier 1 unlock mechanical parts? Or was it the other way around? But yeah, at least you were able to craft them. Now you can't even craft them. Nah, I'm not going to stock the bar in town. That's just way too much shit that I'd have to do. Yeah, the consumption for food and water has gotten fucking majorly unbalanced in this game. I don't know. And again, I know I could max out Iron Gut, but I also don't want to be at the point where I don't ever have to eat. That takes away from the survival spot. I think that's that's their problem with this game. They wanted all these different mechanics and all these different elements from all these different genres of the game, that they've become a jack of all trades and a master of none. Which is why the game fails long term for a lot of people.
Well, good afternoon. It's a good day to buy a set of wheels. What do you say?
I guess. Really? Really? Ha! I think I read the damn schematic. Ain't that some shit? What were we putting in? Oh, we gotta save up points now, don't we? Yeah, so we can max out intellect. Alright. The one job that we have active, of course, we go to the one freaking trader that has said job. Guess we could go see what Jen might be offering. Of course, if I want the game to crash and the stream to end, I know exactly where I would like to fly over and drop down right on the ceiling. Just saying. I ain't fist fighting any damn bears. We're not in Brawler. And of course, her biome has a storm. Well, we do gotta trade in these jobs, so I guess we'll just go back to the snow biome. Fuck it. If it wasn't for stability, we would fly over that building right now and drop down. I would hop out of the gyrocopter. I wouldn't even give a shit. Because that's the Shang Tower. I wanted to live on that top floor at some point. But that's looking less and less like an actual option. We can't even do Vanity Tower without about shitting itself, so... My dreams of living in the city on a tall building overlooking the entire city has basically gone to zero with 2.0. And that pisses me off. Oh yeah, Jay. You knew you were running out of gas. Come on. Land. Oh shit, pull up. Oh, better. Like it never ever happened. Nobody will ever know. Oh, it probably is a lot of fun. Let me know how that works out for you in your game, please. I've pushed the bear before. You know what happens? They break your fucking arm immediately after it. I know a lot of people like Knuckles. Nah, I don't like Knuckles. I like him for the fun, especially early game. But again, once you get to that, like every melee weapon, once you get to that point where they're all Skittles and they're jacked up like stupid shit, fucking melee fails every single time. The exception again is, I mean, the sledgehammer does hold its ground for the most part. I still take a beating though. And obviously the stun baton for crowd control. That is god tier when it comes to that motherfucking storm on that goddamn front too. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck, man? I'm turning off fucking storms on the next series, I think. Fuck this shit already. That's stupid. Every fucking time you want to go do something, can't even go in the goddamn biome you want to go into. Because, you know, when there's a hurricane, obviously, when there's a fucking Category 5 fucking blizzard with fucking tornadoes flying everywhere, you know, zombies magically can hear you take a fart at bedrock better.
Afternoon.
Somehow.
Are you in need of parts, tools, or a new vehicle?
The county jail. That is some sketchy shit the last time we did it. Oh yeah, tier 5 Fort bags should be actually pretty decent.
Work? Don't squat on your spurs. You'll do well.
Oh, I got lockpicks now. Let's see. I just need the 5Ds. That's what it is. That's what it is, Cat. That's exactly what it is. I need to learn the 5Ds when fist fighting a bear. I'm not yet freaking open the one. Motherfucker, open the one I want. So the 5Ds are dash, duck, die, and don't ever fight it because you're dreaming if you thought you're going to kill him. So, dash, duck, dodge, stop dreaming because you're about to die. That's your 5Ds. You know, when fist fighting a bear. I mean, totally you can kill a bear with your fist in the game. But I'm not going to sit there and run around with fucking beer in my hot bar and all this stupid shit. I like it for the LOLs. But every time, it doesn't even matter what armor you wear. You're just gonna always be plagued with every fucking infection and fucking broken fucking limbs, and it's like, why would I fucking? That's not fun. If my character's always just fucking non-stop broken, what the hell is the fucking point? That's fucking stupid. You know? Oh, sorry, Ed! I totally saw you there, but, you know, I'm still gonna call it your fault. Holy shit, Vic, you were looting a lot of shit. I'm not taking books, I'm not taking... Well, guess I could have took schematics. Where'd your bees go? Yeah, so much for the bees. Come on, guys, wake up. Hey, no reason why that fucking missed. Fucking SMG guys still slaps after all this time. Yeah, well, I mean, with the stun baton, but even with the stun baton, I've actually had it a few times where, man, fucking bear just went right through it anyway. Negated the whole point of it. But I'd rather go with the stun baton than any other melee weapon. Well, the sledgehammer's actually not bad. That's some bullshit! Get that from there! Yeah, that cop just spit at me. Underground. That means they're back to being able to see through block. So keep that in mind, guys. They fucked that up again. Yeah. Because he can peek through a goddamn fucking wall. Yeah. That's alright. We can peek our damn sniper rifle through the damn wall too then. I love the SMG. That's why I said it one of the best attributes. I mean, you can go with a bunch of other stuff, but the agility tree, the agility tree alone can basically cover everything that you ever want or need to survive. Of course, we got a fucking storm. Why wouldn't we? So fucking stupid with that storm shit. I like the concept of the storm, but I don't know. Haha! I got max protection from that shit. It takes like 3 hours before it fucking blows up now. It's not that they reduced the swing distance. It's, at least my speculation, is that they fucked with the hitbox. It's the little shit like that that pisses me off with this game. Cause yeah, now you swing with the sledgehammer, and there's so many times where it just goes right through them, and like, oh, okay, you know, fuck me for swinging a melee weapon right through your torso. No. How dare I? How dare I think, yeah, that shit works. You know, physics. We're just gonna bypass this fucking biome and go into the snow. Should be done with this storm by now. But the hitbox, yeah, the hitbox, that's like, when we got 2.0, I started using the AP rounds, right? For the shotgun. And I stopped using the shotgun. Because it was getting ridiculous, you know, and it still is ridiculous. Because you could be point blank range, and I would see the AP fucking shotgun slugs go right through them and not even damage them. And then, of course, my big, one of my bigger complaints is the fact that there's really no, what would be collision, I guess would be the right word. Collision mechanics when you're firing into the Zeds. We've all seen it where they do their little bullshit ballerina spin and magically fucking cover, you know, 40 feet of fucking ground and still manage to smack you and cause you a fucking concussion and bullshit. You know, bullshit mechanics. We've all seen that. We've all definitely been there. Hey, David! There. I punched the bear. With the sledgehammer. But I punched the bear. So, I think that's a fair trade-off. Cass, where'd you go? There you go, little buddy. What we're gonna do... And we're gonna grab that. We'll grab that. We'll grab that. Grab that. We don't actually need any more gun parts. Grab that. Grab that. I'm just gonna get in the habit of just selling the shit. Or leaving it behind at this point.
Good evening. We restocked just a minute ago. Have a look.
Speaking of recon. Thanks, Rick.
Need ventilation
Or, well,
for Joel's armor.
You? Sorry, you?
Buy my ammo.
That's a little bit insulting, but he'll be alright. He'll get over it. And if he doesn't, well, that's on him. Oh! God damn it, we can't sell it. Now, the only bad thing I will say, the drawback of the SMG, make sure you got a lot of repair kits. We went through almost, what? Almost a third of the help on just that little POI. If we were doing Area 7, that would totally break before we ever got anywhere. I mean, is there anything that I can justify buying? Maybe the forged steel? Eh. Just to give us a little bit more boost on it. I mean, we are crafting the shit out of it. But let's grab the sham chowder. We'll eat that bad boy. We don't need antibiotics, but you know, I'll still take it.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. Now, this actually does... I need to actually... Ooh. I need to do a test. Let's pop the antibiotics. Now, the bad thing, though, is antibiotics last longer than honey or, herbal antibiotics. But if it's no different than the honey, when this counter goes down, we should get our infection protection. If the logic is actually solid. Yay, Jobsu! What do you got?
Nothing better than get adventure and carnage go together like sham and moonshine.
Yeah, I'll take corrections. That's a good fight. You having problems? Remember when you used to be the big bad in the snow biome? Used to be. Pepper's Farm remembers. That storm still going? Yeah, that storm's still going. See if we can find something stupid we can run into. Like... Now the problem is, we did Horde Night. My fear is if I do go into one of the bigger buildings, you know. I don't think I've ever explored that one. That would be a hell of a rebuild. Ooh. Now, if we had stability, it would be a different story. Now, is this the one I was thinking of? Yeah, that's the Army Takeover building that you got, Cat. This one almost looks exactly like the one on Legacy. You used to find it only in, Hub City. In fact, it's the same design. Actually, what fucking game was it? It was my, my side game. And it was actually the last game I ever played before I switched to creative. Because I got tired of not being able to have the the control panels in my base for my communications. And I've talked about that base before. It's south of Hub City. There's an island, blah, blah, blah. Well, I built a Horde base in Hub City on that game. And I'm pretty sure it was this one. But it was slightly, maybe slightly a little bit different back then. But it's the same concept because it is an L shape. But that is a good pick, Cat. Especially for, if you want, like, a multi-tier. Like, those... Like, for me, those are cool, don't get me wrong. That's a lot of room, a lot of space. But having the shape... That gives you so much play. Now, I will say, there is one thing I would do, and I don't know if you would be up to it on your build, but after you restore the building, you know, maybe not make it concrete right here on this wall, on these walls. Just restore the walls just enough, and then build it out a little bit on a circular rotation right here. And that way you can have bay windows on both floors. So you have a little viewing spot. And you put like yourself like a little coffee table or reading area. That's FYI. That's what I immediately thought. That's what I always, whenever I see an L shape, and one of the builds that I was kind of drawing up was a pretty big mansion. Or a fancy mansion if I was actually built from scratch. And that was kind of the concept. Where the building actually curved, or turned into a 90-degree angle. I was actually going to come out around here and then make it like bay windows. And that would have been perfect for like a table and 4 chairs or a couple chairs and, you know, a reading area. Just a thought. If you didn't think about that. Or, you know. Because I know you said you like bay windows and, like I do. I thought that was actually a really good, a good location for that. Because like I said, you know, a lot of these tall buildings, yeah, they're cool. But having a base where you have that different angle, that's what I like. I like something that looks a little bit not so bland. Which is kind of why it's funny when I did my Abandoned series, and what do I build? A fucking straight flat tower. But we were only there for the, to get a gyrocopter and get the hell out, so. Because, I mean, once we get our gyrocopter, there's no point in that, in a world like that to keep playing. Now, if it's a world where I still had towns and shit, whether I play with traders or not, then maybe I would actually, put that type of effort into a build. And in fact, the mausoleums, like I said, the side game that I was playing, because I've been playing a bunch of start and finish, you know, start and then ending the game and restarting relatively shortly after. Just honing my skills, really, I guess, in a sense. The fun of that early game. But, the way I was plotting out the mausoleum, yeah, I'm going to have bay windows. If I can figure out exactly the measurements that I want on it. But me doing that one, I'm actually debating if I actually want to do it or not. Because that's going to be... I plotted it out. That's... It's easy enough to do, but at the same time, kind of time-consuming. You'd think I would be sick and tired of doing any type of renovations with that western town, but those little side projects for myself like that, It's more of like a relaxation, even though that game actually has Horde Nights and everything. Pro residence, there's a munition box right underneath that. Look, shopping cart. Don't start no shit. Yeah, there's cop cars we could be looting. See, that's what... that was one of the advantages of my other game. Oh yeah, there's the Mausoleums right there. Although mine's in the green biome, because that's what I found when I spawned in. But I've already knocked out those buildings. I've got the floor already plotted out here. I'm trying to get the angle. I've already busted out all these to smooth all this up flush. I'm going to end up removing all this. Look at us back in that church, girl. You need to find Jesus. Get back in your house, Steve. But I think I think it's this side on the road, because it's right. It's not the best location, but I've already plotted this wall to be extended out, so I can put a garden or something. And it's cool that you can actually plant in these, though. That's huge for early game. The fact that you can actually... You can't dig them up and put them wherever you want. Bitch! But you can at least plant in that, which is nice. I like that. I've looked at that one, and actually... That's why I made the mention with like the first Preacher series and then Preacher 2.0. And the first Preacher series, I knew I was going into the Stone biome for the Cathedral of the Fallen. And I remember the rule set was I wanted to live, before I made my way into the Stone biome, I wanted to limit myself on what POIs I can live in until I got to the church. And it was either this one, the crypts, the funeral home, or other churches. But of course, the freaking town that we spawned at and went to, yeah, had none of them. So I ended up living in the rest area. That's a good puppy. That's a bad puppy. Now, that's a puppy that's gonna get turned into stew now. I didn't start it. I went to go pet the puppy. I wanted to pet that dog. I get your ass back under the porch, dumbass. Got a dog here today? No. I've utilized this. I've had 2 games now where I've utilized this little garage for my mining, for stone. Worked out pretty well, actually. Put a hatch at that door. Apollo residence. God, I've seen all these so many damn times. Just can't ever find the other. Well. I do need to go into a city and go to those other houses that I don't ever get to see anymore. I would like to actually take over the Dead Rooster again one day. The one side game that I played for a short time was the first game that I ever played without Horde Nights, and I took over. And I did like the way that base was coming along. I even had shutters on all the windows, so at night, the shutters would close and, you know, put it in like a lockdown for nighttime. I thought it was a cool concept. Well, the diagonal windows, I've showed you before. You have two options. You can make glass windows in the forge, and they do have a curved glass. They do have one block that is a curve. So if you want that true rounded look, the only thing you got to remember is none of them have a window frame around it, which really isn't all that big of a deal, I guess, when I really think about it. And then builder block. You have diagonal windows. The storefront windows have diagonal shape. So you can make sharp... they're sharp corners, but they're still feasible as far as making bay windows for yourself. Yep. Scrap that as that. Sometimes you got jackasses standing right there. Somehow that woke up everybody in the first room. Even though we used our sledgehammer on that. And a silenced fucking sniper rifle, but here we are. Yeah, the style is totally up to you on which one you really want to use, you know? Like, the curve window is really not bad. It's just that you gotta craft it through the damn, through a forge, you know? Which, again, it's not like it's that big of a deal. I mean... all you need is some sand and some lead and some clay. Sure. Sure. That's how that works. Oh, thank God for silenced weapons, right? Oh no, I stink. What will I ever do? That Johnnytown. The Ziegler residence. Oh, this one. God, I've seen this one way too many times now. Oh! Flip that, a blue bag! I mean, he was blue, so by all right. Hey, Pick! Alright, no, you died. Holy shit. Yeah, I mean, the options are pretty straightforward, though. Like I said, you got... Is that what I wanted to do? Actually, let's make a couple more real quick. Yeah, go into Windows, and you got these right here. Perfect. And you got this version as well. These are wedge 60, so depending on your walls, you might have to use these. These, you got to go both steps to get them consistent. So if you want, like, skylight, or you have the option to go like this. But you can see how it separates. That's where you got to go from that one to that one. And then back to that one. To get you your diagonal windows. And then since that one's not the one, we got to go with this one. A little bit of a pain in the ass, but, you know, start getting your bay windows going. Yeah, depending on how big you want them. And then, again, like I said, with the glass blocks, though, these you got to craft in the forge. And you can make bulletproof ones if you want as well, though. But then, these bad boys, again, they also have centered, glass pane. You can do the ramp sheet as well. But as you can see, there's no frame to it. That's the only problem. But you do have at least a full block, if for whatever reason you want a full block. And these are a little bit of a pain in the ass because you only got one curve. So you can't really make, you know, you can make a bubble, in a sense. But then they don't technically line up either. So you can get that rounded look on the corners, but... Well, actually, you want the plate, because those are actually thicker. My bad. So... Chuck? I'm busy here, Chuck! Yeah, I got that wizard tooth that you needed pulled out. But, so you can still technically have bay windows, but you can't have that real sharp curve, because that's the only curve, unfortunately. And as a result, you're kind of screwed, because it's got to be, you know, north to south. It's 90-degree angles. You can't really put it on a slight different angle or anything. But, you know, depending on what you're going after, too, though, you know? We crafted these, so I can keep those. Woo, that was a hell of a sneeze. But something to think about as far as, like, design. So in a sense, like, if you want to do, like I said, if you want to put like those curved windows, uh, in the corner between the two junction points on that army takeover building, probably wouldn't work as good. But at least you do have the option with the regular windows to at least, a little bit boxy style, but, you still got the bay window feel. Which, bay windows to me have those angled windows on the side before they go straight anyway. That's the type of bay windows I had in the house that we lived in Chicago. Actually, I need to get coffee. I'm going to pause that. Yeah, now as far as like a big window, well, that's. But again, if you go with the glass block, remember there's no frame, so combining those with other windows, it does make it look off. But again, depending on how you're going about it. You don't like your second. No, that fucking water park, man. Jesus Christ. You know what else will slow down Zed? Yeah, there's a different way. Alright, let's get out of here. I'm never gonna find that fucking one house. Like I said, I'm gonna have to go into a city, but there's catch 22. Going into a city. That's like the hotel. Well, that's not the hotel, but the one hotel that's an L shape. Oh, it's not. That would have actually. Well, actually, the last. I think it was the last multiplayer on Legacy. I did take the hotel and flipped it a little bit. I know I had to tear down a lot of shit though on that, because that's where me and Rat lived on the four-way. He took over the passing gas POI, and I took over the hotel. Good God, the audio breakup. This still would have been a very cool place to build a base. Or have a base. This is a very scenic spot. Look at that. You got snow-capped mountains. You got the desert plateau. Lush green to the east. Sun setting over the snow mountains look good. That would have been the perfect location for a base right there. Oh, cool. I just hit a wall. Another like flying and hitting an invisible wall. I guess there was a UFO sitting there. My bad. The lighting still, god damn, man, looks so good at night. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Looks so good. Like I don't mind the visuals in the desert, but it does seem like it's a lot brighter in the desert versus the other biomes. At least it feels like it is. I wish they'd bring back the ability to see snow falling in the green biome. Well, to have the two different green biomes again. Because I missed that. I want that crossover visual. I would get fog, I would get rain, I would get sunshine, I would get snow. I missed my Valencia game for that. I don't know, maybe it's because the desert's so wide open. That's why it seems a lot more brighter. I mean, well, we all know that nighttime isn't super dark anyway to begin with, but... There's the end of the world over there. Pretty sure that's the end of the world. Got a little control light inside. See, that's what kills me. That's why I said, why the fuck? Well, okay, I guess it is missing on it. Until I guess you put the mod in there. Which makes no sense. Then why even have that visual there? And why even require a headlight when you're crafting this shit if you don't have a headlight? You shouldn't need a fucking separate mod for a goddamn light on a vehicle. That makes no sense. Now, if they want to do something like a spotlight for like the 4x4 or the gyrocopter, you know, where you got to craft like a spotlight, I can see that being a mod. But a basic light on a vehicle? I swear to God, it's like they never fucking played a zombie game or ever drove a fucking vehicle in their life. Hey, like button and subscribing is beautiful too. Yeah, subscribe for flowers. Subscribe for Cat's Flowers. If you don't hit the like button, you may or may not inadvertently cause these flowers to spontaneously combust in a Molotov fire range one day. Ain't that how you're supposed to do it? And this stupid shit right here. Honestly, that is... so fucking stupid. Yes, a coyote is gonna hunt you down and break down your wall. Like a snake will. That's how that works in real life. But that's like I got to thinking, like the smell range, even though it's quote unquote Fucking DoorDash. Motherfucker beating on my wall back there. Where you at? Fuck off. That's why I want to put a second wall up. But the smell range, I don't know if you guys have experienced it, but you know how it muffles inside your house and blah, blah, blah. Dude, I don't know how many fucking times now, like on this base, that day I took and played for 2 hours and got that back room completed, to just cooking like bacon and eggs on my other game. I'm inside, it's quote-unquote muffled. There's no fucking Zeds around. So it's only, you know, this fucking 10 radius or whatever the fuck they want to call it. Dude, you wouldn't believe how much shit got called in. It's like, well, what the fuck's the point? So what, I gotta stand in water when I cook now? It's fucking stupid. That's why, like I said, any quality of life mods, they'll never give us that wireless crafting. For that reason alone. Because they think it's so fucking clever and amusing. With the smell fucking bullshit. I hate that. That's where my hatred for the game comes, man. Because it's so stupid. There is no reason for that. Especially if you're inside your fucking house. I should not have to stand in goddamn water to fucking cook. That makes no goddamn sense. Farting and pooping should not fucking draw Zeds. That makes no sense. But here we are. The wonderful world of the Fun Pimps. And it's a shame. Because like right now, even with the walls closed, I open up this damn container of meat, and I go to cook shit, it's gonna draw motherfuckers all around. So it's like, well, what's the point of, what's the point of it muffling then if they're still gonna sense you no matter what you do? It's ignorant mechanics. But of course, we've all come to learn, if you haven't realized anyway, that they just can't leave shit alone. They can't, you know, they introduce something and then they just gotta go that extra fucking step to ruin it. Because they think they're cute or something about it, and that's... It shouldn't be that way. But of course, shouldn't is the key word. Oh, we did get all the paint. Cool. There we go. Now we got repair kits. I think we're set for a while. Of course, like, I guess we could repair all the shit and then go sell it. That's what we probably should do. Well, we'll have to at some point. If not the schematics, at least the, oh, shit. If not the schematics, then at least the armor pieces. Let's play it safe. Let's just repair all this. might need to put more fuel in the fire, though. 67 minutes. Sure, let's go ahead. Keep getting that iron smelting and our stockpile up. Whoops. There we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Ah, love it. And I like having at least some light somewhere in my house that always stays on, or that kicks on at night. Yeah, the animals are ridiculous, right? You can't piss off Canadians. They're like the nicest people, and right, you know. And they're supposed to be like the nicest people and all that. I mean, they go around, they greet everybody, they ride their moose to work and school. Pretty chill, yeah. Ain't that how it works? Y'all ride mooses. You don't have cars, right? And why is it mooses but not meeses? Like geeses and goose. That don't make no fucking sense. let me go on a rant about the English language real quick. Because shit don't make no sense. Yeah, the fact that Aramis had fucking Siren Head in your game, what the fuck, man? Because he's like, oh, there's flying spiders. Well, there ain't no fucking Siren Head, so what the fuck? Explain that one, Aramis. Psycho. I would totally play his mod, don't get me wrong. That's not hate. I hope you don't ever take that as hate or anything. I find that shit funny as shit, but... Yep, you give hugs. Yep. While you ride your Mises. Well, Mr. Cheese set it up to where you can pick up the core. Like that one other mod. So you don't even have to craft the shit. All you gotta do is go to those POIs where they got the art and pick it up off the wall. Right? Oh, there's goose and then there's geese. And then you gaggles if you want to go a third fucking term, but... So, should we call a group of moose, moogles? Are they moogles? Are they baggles? Or are they moogles? They're moogles! Fucking moogles. I like the way this turned out. I really do. I'm going to keep that in mind from the future now. Even though, I mean, well, even though it's technically a ham radio, but if you're feeling like karaoke one night, you know, you got a mic so you can sing. And then after you sing, we can drag you down to the fire pit and burn you at the stake for making all our ears bleed. Or we just cook you up in the kitchen. Like civilized folk. I think that's how civilized people act, right? Yeah, a flock of geese. Which technically makes no sense because it's still plural. A flock is not one goose. See, that's just more words than needs to be. English 101 with Jason. That's a bullshit. That's what that is. That would be what class started out every day. Welcome to English, folks, where you're going to learn some bullshit. Where read is red, and red is red. Now, dive into the world of the human race, where we make everything overcomplicated. Alright. Fucking vulture. We had so much fucking dime mill though. It's not a bad idea to at least use our SMG for a while, you know? Of course, simultaneously, that means any vulture, 44 rounds that we get, just gonna start stockpiling. Yeah, I'm still not happy about the fact that they spawned. They spawned in here. There was only a couple, but that's not the point. Mother goddamn. Hey, that fucking bunny! Motherfucker! And then they spawned up here, which is all our flooring. Unless they spawned on this, but that doesn't fucking excuse why they spawned here, because we tore all this up. This is all our floors. That's why I said, as much as I love doing this, at some point, well, not at some point, even if I thought about living in the western town again in a future series or some shit, we will never flip the entire town again. One, it's a lot of work. Two, it would be redundant. And three, fuck that. As much as I love renovating, I would prefer to be doing, well, I don't like renovating the same POI all the time. For obvious reasons, anyway. Or actually, wait a minute. Let's go paint that bad boy. Did we get all the floors? Yeah, we did do all the floors here, right? Yeah, because we blocked this off. We turned that into a little apartment for the owner here. Right? Yeah. Close that off. We do need to replace the fence. And then, of course, I mean, we'll bust this out. We'll reshape that how we want. I'm going to see if I can put that on this wall as well. If I can have two of them like that, we'll do that. The only thing I don't like is the fact that there is really no good way of, that makes sense as far as bringing in lumber. Of course, I could always bust this out and put a door here to represent of lumber delivery being delivered on the side here. But then what would I put here, you know? Because we really don't have a whole lot of room to put anything. I'm trying to think. I mean, it's a lumber yard, right? Or a lumber place, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Lumber storage. Maybe barrels? Would they sell barrels? Anything wood related like that? Crates? I don't know. Oh, the owl and shit. Well, you'll hear birds chirping in the green pile. You think it's only 300,000 words that are completely unnecessary? Oh yeah, yeah. The way abbreviations of words and shit, shorthanded. God, people have butchered the fucking language sometimes. Well, yeah, I mean they are where they spawn, but at the same time, they should not be spawning on a player block. And like I said, I think they changed it. They had to have changed it. That's the only explanation I can think of. Because I shouldn't have to have a lane claim block. The fact that it's a player block, they should not be able to spawn on a player placed block. Oh! No! Strawberry, that's the one thing that's not in the creative menu. Is that fucking table saw. I have looked multiple times. I cannot find that workstation. And it makes me 100% sad. Unless they added it with 2.0, but I'm pretty sure I looked again. But you got the janitor carts. You know, you got backpacks, you got luggage that I can, you know, decor with. The control panels. Of course, we got all these different colors. Back then, it was just fucking gray. But, like I said, I don't know if you guys know the backstory, but these are why I started mimic crafting. That's the sole reason of mimic crafting. And then when I found out there was the different color blocks on Legacy, that's why I have a moat and walls around all my bases, because my bases are made out of 500 HP stone and fucking wood. Because I wanted color versus strength of the building. I still have a feeling that maybe at some point we are going to see graphics on the TVs and PCs, since they changed the icon. All the different paintings. Which actually I still need to find some spots. I like the I like the army ones. I forgot to find a spot to put that on the in the armory or something. Oh no, they were actually I was gonna hang those in that fucking side room. Shit. I don't think I got wall space though for it now. Because I put a thick 44 flag in there. That's like but aside from the table saw, that's like the I just had it in my head. What? Oh, the gas pumps? We see the gas pumps throughout the game at every pass of gas, but they're not here in the creative menu. You do have the bird bath at least, but you can't plant anything or have the one where it has flowers or anything in them. Which, my side game, we got those 2 sitting spots on the side of the building. That's why I got a bird bath in the center. I didn't want fire pits down there as well. Change it up a little bit. But at least we'll be able to pull out like the different pellets and all that for the different goods in the store POIs here. So like the lumber yard, we could put like stacks of pellets and all that, along with the stacks of wood, which actually I never thought about it. I'm sitting here doing this shit, and I never actually looked. They might not have the wood ones. I'm not even... No, I'm not seeing them. Now, I do like the fact that, that one POI we went into, they used them as pillows. I kind of like that. So I kind of want to keep this in memory because I want to see if I can combine that with some stuff. Because I do kind of like that concept of that when we went into that one apartment, the vanity tower. You had the TV, you had a couple of those down representing the pillows on the floor. I thought that was actually kind of cool. I thought that was nice. Yeah, we got munitions. I still want to do a kitchen where I actually make a big walk-in pantry so I can have the canned foods like that stocked for the visuals. I would love to have that. If the storage would be massive like the storage crates, I would use them more often. I wanted to use these because I love how they make that little like code sound when you open them up. I wanted to use those originally for like all my guns and shit, like a gun safe, because you still got that one and you got that one as well. You just got to break into them, but then they're completely usable for yourself. There's a lot of cool items in here that, you know, you can really decor your base and bring some different aspects and different life to it. And like I said, I know me, I'm a big fan of the 3D object shit, you know? Being able to put even a fucking sports bag down, which I was able to do that on Legacy. Going to, was it by, I think it was Valencia, it was the, yeah, my Zari complex. I had a couple bedrooms downstairs like a residential, and I remember putting a bag and a purse down in some of the rooms so it looked like they were lived in. But yeah, the table saw, unfortunately, is not in the creative menu, so I don't even have access to it. It fucking sucks. But we do have at least the bulks. You know, goods and shit, different colors and everything, so at least we do have access to that. So like in the, and like I said, I'm gonna cheat this time as far as the decor inside these POIs. Because I'm never gonna dig them up anyway for the corn and shit. I don't give a fuck. But like the bags of the cow feed and all that, you know, the pellets, shit like that. I'm not gonna, you know, there's no point in. If this was gonna be my actual base and shit, that's a different story. And besides, we got just way too much shit to have to do. But I'm not seeing those wood planks, so I can't even replicate that if I want it. Unless it's considered an outdoor thing. Although you do get access to, like, the camping chairs this way. Makes no fucking sense. That's like the communion table. You can't craft that. And something's not. Like the piano, why is that not in the wood furniture? The gym equipment, it's in the game. You know, the dog kennel. You know, kennel, whatever you want to call it. The reptilian cage. I love using that one. Even though you can't see nothing in there, but at least you do have that little graphic design of like the little cactus and everything in there. I think that's pretty kick-ass. Now I got the hiccups. Sorry, guys. Uh, then you also all the different beds. Like we can only craft king-size beds. I don't know why they took away the small ones, but you also have the ones where it's just no frame, and you got ones that are made and ones that are messy. So if you want to get creative, like if you saw my side game, I made the bunk beds. So I was able to put the mattresses down and build the frame around it. Why is that not in the fucking... I don't know. Kind of stupid. Kind of stupid. Then you go to outdoor, and of course you could actually fill in different ores if you really wanted to. ACs you can buy, so that don't matter. But you can't buy or craft the satellite dishes, which suck. Which actually I do need to do that for the house. I forgot to do that. If you're curious, all I do is metal furniture for that, because all it is metal anyway. You got the apartment-type mailboxes as well. Then you got the play equipment, the slide, the swing, basketball goal, the tombstones, which, that's what we're going to do. The little section on the side, we're going to build a little graveyard over there. That makes sense. There's always a cemetery or something in the towns nearby. You got access to the fire station. You got the barricades. You got the open sign. Of course, you can't toggle them on and off. You got the various signs. And you got all these different little decals. There's a lot of shit in this game. Makes no sense why none of it's accessible. It really makes no sense. The pet cemetery? Yeah, idiocracy? Yeah, we're headed in that direction. I used to joke about that, but goddamn, the more time goes by, it just seems to be becoming a little bit more realistic. But yeah, the wood saw, I wish it was in the... Because that's what I was going to do. Let's see, what are we going to... We're going to paint this barn. We got a red one down there. I don't want another red one. This one is for horses. Unfortunately, a lot of the wood color paint is that faded shit. I don't know if I want the western wood for... Well, no, because I'm thinking about the western wood for that, so I don't want another one like that right across the street. I don't want the old wood fence color. I guess to change it up. Yeah, that's supposed to be black. Sure it is. I mean, I don't mind a little bit of the rustic feel. Again, it doesn't have to be super fresh paint, which is why I don't mind the white. That might just be a little bit too ugly. That might be just a little bit too overbearing. I guess realistically, the old wood would actually work best. And if we go with old wood, oh, color scheme, Jay, color scheme. Well, no, because technically the old wood is this stuff right here. Because we want that to match. the door. Again, I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Or do we go with the fresher paint? More smoother texture in a sense? Well, I think that would actually be better for inside. Yeah, that might be better for the inside. Decisions, guys. Decisions. And at least we could get the horseshoes as well. So I kind of do want to put I do want to put a workbench here. Make it look like a little working area to where they replace the hoofs and shit. The horseshoes, if you will. Whatever the right terminology is, I'm not an expert at that. But I do want all these to match. Unfortunately, our options for other wood paint colors is so damn limited. There we go. That's the next update we need to demand is the beautification. The pretty update. Now, realistically, what I would have loved to have done, like I did for the pigs, I would have actually liked instead of having that be cobblestone blocks, hay bales, and actually that might be a I don't know. Well, would that be considered a player block though? I don't know. I mean, if I'm gonna have to put fucking land claim blocks in this town, you know, then I could totally do it. That way, at least you have it looking like it's actually good for a horse. Because obviously I don't want it, you know, polished wood or some shit. That'd make no sense. Let's just put that there. So what color do I want for the outside then? We don't have a whole lot of options. I don't want the burnt one. Maybe the western wood after all. Even if the one POI, I mean, we're gonna. Well, I mean, let's face it, we're gonna have to end up using the same colors in a lot of spots. I mean, I could make it red. But I don't want both barns to look the same. AJB, what's up, man? Yeah, you'll get there eventually with the getting the volume right. It's a pain in the ass because a little bit too less and it doesn't go through right. Too loud and it's overbearing. Just keep tweaking at it, man. That's all you can do. Uh I mean that because it is a horse barn. You would paint that, jackass. Didn't paint the other ones, but sure enough, it painted that one. Yeah, that looks a lot better. Because it should be a little bit brighter in here anyway. And then as far as... I guess for the ceiling, we can keep it that color. Again, it's not where it has to be super fresh looking, I guess, in a sense. Oh, God damn it. I knew I was going to do that. But I came to like this wood from our Best Moments cabin. Because the dining room area was actually painted with this color. I thought it was actually kind of cool. And then for you... we'll just go with black windows. Small accent, in a sense. Damn, my throat. I mean, this actually makes for a really good looking color paint for the rails as well, which I would like to actually use that in somewhere else. Which, oh, I still got to work on the damn Heyman. Yeah, we're doing it here. So I got to replicate this a little bit, move it over, rebuild it. Now, as far as this, the original was tarp. Yeah, we could do tarp up here. See how that looks. Oh, but I prefer the shingles. Which one has shingles? That one has shingles over there. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then we just make sure we get that. Even though, considering it's a trim, we could have it a different color, but, you know, I'm fine with that. And that actually just reminded me, I forgot what POI we did, but I'm going to have to go back and... There's a spot where... Was it our... Oh, it was our barn. Yeah. It was ours that were kind of messed up. Now it kind of makes me wonder, do I want to use that as the accents for the poles? Nah, that wouldn't make sense, would it? I appreciate that we have these right here, but that's a pain in the ass when you go to paint. See, to be fair, this is another reason why I was motivated to do the Western Town, because this does give me a reason to use different paints that I don't normally get to, use. And honestly, I'm gonna keep that. Yeah, we're gonna use that for the fencing on this. No, not all sides. I just want... There you go. These will automatically paint around all sides anyway. I want these to be the separation on the foundation. Okay, paint all sides on those. If you don't know about that, definitely a lifesaver. Instead of having to sit here and try to hit each single freaking side, or if it blends into something and it's a pain in the ass to hit, it goes a long way. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Ah! What the? Oh, you son of a bitch. Dude, I wish I could fucking remove some of these goddamn options off the fucking thing. Out of the fucking bitch with that fucking thing. Oh, it's fucking annoying. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. Oh, you fucking jackass. Did I not upgrade that to cobblestone? No, we did. Okay. It must have got painted. Or, well, okay, never mind. I'm a dumbass. There we go. Didn't realize it painted on the inside like that. Different color. I thought we screwed up. Wouldn't be the first time, so. I forgot about using this color for the damn fence. Because it definitely does brighten it up a lot. And it matches the barn, too, so. I think that's a win-win. And that gives us just enough room to where we can act like it brings in the feed here. We'll put up barrels and shit, some feed. We'll have to get ourselves a new door. Although, technically, I guess... Maybe it's supposed to be an enclosed pen for your horses as well? Didn't realize that. What the hell? Well, actually, if that's tarp, um, there we go. And then I need you to paint that. Cover that up. I think that looks actually pretty damn good. I'm kind of happy with that. Now what I do need to do, though, paint all sides. Okay, and then we need the two over here. Can I reach it? Which one is it? That one and that one? That's where that paint all sides comes into handy. Because you can't paint through the sign. And then as far as the color of that, should we go with white? Now, I don't know, any of you guys really familiar with fucking Western and shit? Like, what does a... It feels like the Lazy H fucking is a reference to something. But I'm not very versed in, when it comes into the Western shit. Like I said, I was never a big fan of Western. I mean, I don't mind some Western, but I'm very, very fucking selective on it. Way too picky. It feels like that's a reference to something. Okay, then we just got to come up here. We got to install a floor still. Which actually we really don't have to. Now I'm thinking about it. We don't need a fucking... Because we'll put supplies out here. Yeah, you're not going to ride your fucking horse out of that. Though it's kind of shitty, though, that those two stalls have a way in and out, but the person that's got this stall, they don't get that option. Then again, I guess, well, no, it's not an enclosed area, so your horse can come right out. So, I don't know, maybe we won't put a floor up there. I don't really see a reason for it. I really don't. Oh, you crashed? Did you crash again, or was that the same one? If you could paint a zombie, that... Well, we do have painted zombies. They're Skittles. Yeah, that could be, Shane. Well, you should know. You got the inside scoop. You wish there was more options for wood? Well, I mean, Cat, we do have a saloon right down the road. Yeah, I'm just saying. Well, as far as a loft, well, I guess I could flip them upside down if they'll line up right. But then it's gonna be a bitch to get in there. That's why I was gonna put the hay bales out here, because we got all this space out here. So I figured I'd put the hay bales out here, and then some barrels and all that. Nothing too crazy or anything, but you come out here, because that's why I left this open like this, and we put it like that so you could get a wagon to come in and deliver hay bales. Well, there is that one Western mod that had the horses. Of course, they ran in place. Kind of made that look a little weird. But, you know, I thought that was actually kind of cool. A true Western. Oh, shit. I gotta paint all sides. Or maybe I should hit those accent with white to match the sign. Nah. Nah, we got enough white on everything else. We'll keep it, with the wood design. Is that the right wood design, though, on those? Now it is. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot about that with the fucking railing. God damn it. I feel like a dumbass now for that. Because when I discovered that, I think it was on Our Best Moments, Kevin. It's like, oh, that looks actually really good for a fence. To brighten it up instead of a white or a dark wood all the time. And everything else is painted, correct? Let's just make sure. Which, I mean, I guess I could do some decor. I mean, I don't know. Certain things I mean, I did craft wood furniture for some of the stuff. There it is. So we do got some metal furniture. We got 131 wood furniture here now. So, I mean, there's some stuff that I do want to keep legit. I mean, the cash register is what it is. That's going to be the only modern thing, but that's, you know. I still feel more inclined to at least mimic craft the most that I can. Like the hay bales, I mean, yeah, it's only, I mean, I don't know. It's my own personal fucking cock blocking in a sense, if you will. Because, like, yeah, it's just aesthetics and all that, but some things I still rather just keep true to farm, if that makes sense. Now I kind of want to put a door here, but that's only a 2. Yeah, that's only 2 blocks high. Is there a 2 block high? Well, there's the garage doors, ain't it? So I could do the garage doors. How many blocks across is that, though? Perfect. That's perfect. Does that match the 3 in here, probably? Yeah, so that's how the wood's gonna get installed. Or, well, delivered. Because the garage doors are 3. And every other, well, the iron garage door, I should say. The other wood door garages are all 3 high. There is no that are 2 high. Actually, let's double check. Obviously, we're not going to keep it, even though I could. I really need to actually one day maybe just fucking go against everything in my grain and actually just build with creative. By right, things would go a lot faster if I did that. But I enjoy the grind, though. That's the problem. Isn't there a wood one? See, that's 3x2. Those are all 3x2. Oh, shit. Is the regular garage door 3 as well? Fuck. 3x3. 3x2s. Yeah, that's... Yeah, they're all 3 high, ain't they? Shit. Hang on. I might not be able to do it. Oh, no. No, that'll work. Cool. So we'll just make a garage door, I guess. That's the only, well, that's the thing. That's the only swinging door that we got as a garage door. Everything else retracts. Of course, we don't want the powered one, which sucks because, well, no, that is 3x2, but that's the powered one. Yeah, like these, you can't even get makes no sense. You got the wooden garages in the game, but again, like a lot of things, you can't fucking craft it. Because we're going to craft garage doors and whatnot, but then we'll end up using these and on shit like that. Go. We just got to paint that bad boy. Now the bad thing is, well, not really the bad thing. Everything is upgraded here, right? Yeah. Because I wanted this one for the wood. I mean, I guess I could do cobblestone still there. I guess that kind of does fit the aesthetic, ain't it? We kept that cobblestone. Of course, that's going to do the whole side, though. Shit. I swear to fucking God, dude, this fucking game is really starting to piss me the fuck off with that. I go to fucking hit one thing and it fucking still selects that fucking piece of shit option. That option needs to be fucking removed already. That don't look right then. I mean, we don't need an accent as far as that, because it's, if anything, maybe this would be the cobblestone, the little side building right here. That would actually make a little bit more sense, I think. Because that's like a tack on afterthought to the main building design. I'm not opposed to using cobblestone when we can, because, or, well, is it flagstone? Flagstone, whatever. Old habits die hard. And since that is just a sign, we just do a little touch up right there. And piss out, just make it all wood. I guess we can keep the shingles. Now, what would I want to do the fence, though? Probably in the actual regular wood. I don't want it all to be the same color and then the fence blends in. So we need that separation. So we go back to the old wood. No big deal. I'm always afraid of painting those sometimes. Sometimes they don't go through. Then you end up painting everything else. Or is that too dark of a wood? Well, maybe if we did keep it with the western wood, brightens it all up. What do you guys think? I don't know. Well, the stream's always crashed on Legacy, so to be fair, if you go back on Legacy, there's a lot of fucking streams that ended up crashing. And since I'm on console, I don't have a PC to stream through an Elgato or a capture card. So if the stream crashes, I lose my stream. There's no way to prevent it. That's why recording episodes and everything was actually a pain in the ass, because if the game crashed, I lost my recording. You would think the goddamn game would be fucking, would just stop saving and save it. But nope. Which made making episodes and any type of series, video-wise, was a pain in the ass. And very frustrating, because if the game crashed, I just lost the entire day. Anything that I was going over or anything of that sort was lost. Very, very pissed me off. Yeah, the metal food trough. Yeah, we can put those in there. That's a good idea. I mean, they are technically for pigs, but that works. Then we got metal furniture. And one of these. There you go. That was called the pig trough. So we just got in pig. I want the empty one. The full one just means you can search it and loot it. Do we have a spot? Oh, perfect. Can't... Oh, no. Actually, we can put it right there. Not a whole lot of room in here, but, it is what it is. Like I said, I mean... I guess I could bust that out and just put fucking hay bales now I'm thinking about it. I gotta put land claim blocks anyway, so that... And we've already seen that the fuckers are gonna spawn on the shit anyway, so what the hell's it matter at this point? I probably ain't got no hay bales here, do I? I know we made some... I don't... Did we? We did use all of them. Okay, I gotta go get fucking grass. Now, the fucking one time that I would love to see a lot of plant fiber. I'm in the fucking desert. But we also got Max living out the land, so shouldn't take that much. How much does it take to make a hay bale anyway? 10? Okay, so we're gonna need a lot more. I do need to take the time and actually plot out, like I said, where I need to put the land claim blocks. I really don't want to lose the one that's at my fucking house, just in case. Although I do got a bedroll, so it shouldn't actually matter. And they are all... Well, see, that's the fucking thing. Well, no, the bedroll should prevent any spawning. But now I'm expecting to come home one fucking day and see fucking Zeds inside my walls now. Because the cocksuckers just won't fucking let the goddamn bedroll and fucking land claim block work as they should fucking work. Because I'm sorry, a land claim block should work the same as a bedroll. That's your claimed fucking property. Unless you've got open fucking walls, nothing should just magically fucking spawn into existence inside your own fucking house. I'm sorry, that's fucking ignorant. And they do a lot of that ignorant shit. That's what usually puts me in a rant, is that stupid shit like that, you know? Because it's uncalled for. I think that's what it is. It's because it's absolutely uncalled for. And they're sitting there stroking their fucking dick thinking it's fucking funny. That's what pisses me off the most. It's the arrogance. That's like the smell system. You know, raw meat makes sense, but then they always take it that step further for no reason. And it's like, really? Do we really need that? Do we really need farting and zombies being attracted to it when you shit your pants? But in their mind, just saying. I'm just saying. It's some bullshit that doesn't need to exist. And then what blows my mind is, like I said, that's like the Zeds fucking changing the AI to just attack the bottom block only, completely negating the experience of actual defending when a random horde would spawn and be busting in the walls around you while you're on a POI and shit. And hate to say it, but then you got people just fucking gobbling that shit up, and it's like, how? How does that not piss you guys off? Yeah, you know? Just don't make no fucking sense. At least in my mind, it's like, I don't know. Because I know when they changed that block, I expected to see people bitching about that. And what did we get instead? People bitching about glass jars. It's like, that's the bigger fucking issue, is glass jars, not the fact that they literally cheesed the Zeds against you while simultaneously bitching about cheesing in the game. The biggest hypocrisy of the game at that moment in time. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. You know. I have more patience than Jesus when it comes to painting. Oh no, it pisses me off, don't get me wrong. Yeah, the sign kind of looks fucking weird. I don't know if I'm going to keep it. I mean, it's part of the design. I'm not the one that created it. You know, it's one of those things. I get what they were going for, though. Because you do have something like that on a lot of buildings. You got that little archway above it. Which, by right, I should actually paint that something different. Actually, can I stick a fucking block or something to it? Ooh, we could put lettering there. I could put some kind of lettering there. Cat's Wood? Cat's Wood Shack. Where Cat gets all her wood on a daily basis. Yeah, we had the conversation, but what I'm saying is on a general platform, like you go to Reddit or like the town hall meeting and shit like that. That's what I'm talking about. On the grander scale of things, it just didn't make fucking sense. You know, that nobody was talking, you know, that it didn't seem to bother anyone. And it's like, how is that the one thing that, you know, not being bothered about, you know? Like, I thought that was going to be one of the biggest things that would have stood out. But I was wrong. And I never claim I am right, so I wasn't, you know, shocked or anything. But it was, well, I mean, I was shocked that, you know, that wasn't talked about. Like I said, the biggest thing we all know, if you saw that town hall or ever go to Reddit or anything, you know, it was all about the fucking the glass jars. Which, yeah, that's cool that they're back. But again, this game, we kind of proved it right off the bat. Day 3, I bought a fucking Crucible. You know, water solved for the rest of the game. And to be fair, my side game, I found a Crucible in Hughes' fucking forge. So I didn't even buy a Crucible on my side game right now. But even then, I had no concern for water. I ain't got a Duke Collector, but I got jars all over the fucking place. I haven't even crafted any. Never had to craft any. Of course, I got, what is it, 70% refund rate? Which I hope they change that to where you can't get jars back from fucking foods. I mean, it does make logical sense that you would get jars back from stews and shit, or a possibility, because that's how you'd be carrying it around. It does make sense, but I kind of want that cost. I'm fine with the water. I don't like the color of the roof like this, though. I do want a different color roof. I think that looks better with the cobblestone like that, though. I'm glad you pointed that out. That did look fucking weird. Bedrolls work, but their size is what, 30 blocks? It's not that big of a radius. So you're pretty much good inside a small POI, but outside the POI, they're spawning right outside of it. So it's kind of, you know, it's kind of one of those things, you know. The bedrolls are kind of nice, but in an actual big base, that ain't gonna do shit. If you go paint inside the room, you have to make a way so kids aren't in the room, most likely. Well, yeah, we haven't painted the trim on the windows yet, Strawberry. They're going to. I just haven't got up there because I haven't figured out. I don't know if I want to paint the inside of the windows this. So I haven't, because we haven't even painted the roof yet. Because again, I don't want the clay roof like that. I mean, that would actually work maybe on the barn, but I like the tarp on that. I think that looks a little bit more smoother? Is that the right word? I don't know if it's authentic, but I am digging the tarp color for the roof, outside of always the asphalt tiles that I always do. I think we'll end up just keeping this one, though. See, I didn't select paint all sides. Alright, copy that. Really? Really? I shall not be denied. And you may ask, well, you'll never see this, but that is a lie, because at some point I'll fly over it. And undoubtedly see it. Yeah. And you... Yeah, I don't know if it's this fucking controller or what. It seems to be happening all the time now. Shouldn't be happening. Now we need to grab you. No, now I need paint all sides so we can get the corner. Again, if you don't know about those, you get those. You paint it normal. It will not paint the edges for whatever reason. So make sure you do have the paint all side selected. And then it will actually paint the edges. The crown block is exactly the same way. I learned that when I made my first fireplace, or fire pit, I should say. I got to the corners, and it's like, why can't I paint the fucking corners? Because the one crown block will actually connect each other. You ain't got to put that little corner piece on some of them. And I remember fighting it, trying to get the right angle to get the fucking thing to fucking match, and Jesus Christ, that was a pain in the ass. Oh, that was an absolute nightmare. And then I learned that, and it's like, oh, well, okay. Don't I feel like a dumbass? I'm glad we actually used the fence rails for this. That way it don't look like broken up wood. Which, I mean, originally, I did say, you know, I didn't mind if it had that rustic feel to it. But at the same time, I mean, it doesn't have to look like it's super weathered. And using the old wood actually does make it, you know, it's not like it's super fresh paint looking anyway. At least not in my mind it ain't. At least I don't think it does anyway. But now we get these. I think I will paint the inside of the windows this. Now if I want to get super stylish, that's where I would actually bust these blocks out and put the trim block where it's half and half. That way the inside of the window could be the color of the room, and then outside of the window, because we'll be using the one window where it's the middle. That way the outside would be the wood, and then the inside of the window would actually be the inside of the house. Makes it look more realistic anyway. And like I said, I mean, I'm not used to all the damn trim blocks, so I always forget about that. Because that's like the paint. There you go. Yeah, go with that one. And we do that. That's a double door, so we'll put a double door here. Not too shabby. Let's get back into the roof. Let's make sure the windowsills are right on this. Yes, they are. Ah, you're... Wait a minute. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Well, that's awkward. When somebody built this, they fucked that up. Yeah, why would you have... That's not how it's supposed to be. Just give me the fucking window. Give me fun, pimps. Make it make sense. Yeah, you need to fire whoever fucking did some of these PLIs. No, that's not a lie. Ain't gotta fire them. But they should be reprimanded. That's some bullshit. What color window should we put? Should we make them white? Or black? Black actually seals them in a little bit. I think black actually looks a little bit better as far as that. Because you don't want the windows to be standing out like an eyesore. So I like the black to actually blend in with the rest of the build. That way you don't have that separation and draws your eye attention to something. Because when you're looking at a build that's, for visual anyway, at least in my mind, you don't want that, attraction to the window. Because, yeah, if we made those white, even though it would make sense, when you look at the build, your eyes would immediately be attracted to that white. That's just my opinion anyway. I don't know if there's actual placeable buckets, though, Strawberry. Ah, we could do the sign in green. Make the background green, and then, I guess white for the lettering. That way it actually stands out, because right now, having that as, fucking color is that? What? Fuck, is that like Adobe puke? I don't know. Or that is green. Ah, see, the problem with the green is it blends in. Yeah, see, I don't like... Yeah, the reflection makes it where it's hard to read. So what if we go with a green background, but then white lettering for it to pop? Remember, it's not modernized to where it would be flashy colors like fucking, you know, super purple and shit like that. So we got the white there, and then we take the green roof. And then I gotta go from the back side, from the roof itself. And that's gonna be a pain in the fucking ass. We're not gonna be able to do that, are we? Or is that all the same block? I think that's all the same. Yeah, I think that's all the same block right there. I'm not going to be able to reach the back of it, though, I don't think. Am I? Because that's right there. Ooh, I might have to break... Alright, fuck it, whatever. We'll just break it down and we put new lettering up. Who gives a shit? Actually, we brought fucking builder blocks over. We're like 131 or something. Ain't we? God damn, we got fucking hay bales. And 327 pillar blocks. My bad. Son of a fucking bitch. Oh well. No big loss. And you're probably iron, right? Of course you are. Turn that off. And then what we'll do, before we get all that shit going, and then I'll sacrifice some paint. Y'all like that? Having the green? Yeah, well, we are gonna put more hay bales. The entrance of the, because the entrance of the town, we got that little section right there. We're gonna put a wagon over there, and then we're gonna put some hay bales along with some barrels, and a few other sections along the place. Like still over here, even though we got hay over there, we'll probably put some hay bales over here and some barrels. We'll put some hay bales on the outside of some of the POIs. As long as it thematically, you know, fits, obviously. Yeah, I think that looks alright. And we got cobblestone, so I'll just upgrade them from here. And then, where was it? Oh, here it is. Being all sides again. Look at the inside windows while we're here. Go on that. And we come over here, we grab you. Okay, cool. I gotta replace those windows, though. And you gotta be careful. Some windows you can't really actually upgrade. At least it don't seem like it on some of them. Because there are broken window pellets in here. That's like another thing, Cat. When you go to make windows, if you don't know, you do have empty versions, so it won't protect you from the weather. So you'll have a, like this one's a broken one, that's an open one. It'll just be the frame. Make sure you get the ones that are full and not broken. Kind of defeats the purpose if it's broken, you know. just FYI, in case you didn't realize that. I made the mistake myself. I didn't realize it, and I would copy a window, but it was broken. So, fucking window would be broken. It's like, well, that's kind of defeats the whole fucking purpose of putting a window. But it came in handy because when we got 2.0, at least on PlayStation, I couldn't see out the fucking windows. Well, Xbox could see out windows, and they couldn't see water through the windows, but at least they had the sky and everything else. PlayStation, we could see outside, we could see water, but the sky would be completely blacked out, and everything looked like Nintendo 64 graphics outside, so I will say that did come in handy, at least. At least I had the window frames, but when the storm hit, it didn't protect me from the weather. So, like on my side game, in order to see out my backyard, I had to have empty windows. And it pissed me off because it's like, well, if I would have been in the fucking snow biome, that means when the storm hits, I can't be anywhere near my fucking, I couldn't be anywhere near my windows. It was pretty damn annoying. Not gonna lie. Because if you don't know, visual aesthetics matter to me a lot. Take away my ability to have visual aesthetics, and then I have no reason to play the fucking game. Case in point, Legacy, which is why I would go months. That's why I was saying yesterday, it's kind of sad, I got over 7,000 hours on Legacy, and those numbers could have been way higher if everything wasn't fucking concrete. Oh, hang on. There we go. And then we need you. Then go ahead, paint all sides. Finish up the touches on this right here. We'll just keep it all wood. Am I missing anything? I don't think. Oh, I am missing. that block right there. There we go. That's all painted. Everything on the inside is painted. Yes, it is. Roof is done. Roof is done. Underside of the roof is done. Except for you. That's done. That's done. What about the edge on the front? Now you match. What about the side? Nope. There we go. I did not say paint all side. I did not say the fucking roller. Actually, I should have painted all sides on that. Let's do that. Some of these poles, it only, you know, you can paint one side and it paints it all, and then other ones, you still end up having to go around painting the whole fucking thing. It's kind of annoying. And did I miss that window? Is that what happened? Yes, I did. Well, that wasn't the... Oh, god damn it. Stop painting the fucking side, you ass. Not even selecting that fucking option, man. That actually still looks pretty good for a window frame, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Well, maybe not the inside of the door. Oh, well, we'll figure that out when we put a door up and all that shit. All the windows are set. I don't like windowsills inside the house. Even though it does, I mean, officially there is on the inside as well. But it prevents you from being able to place furniture and shit, so I don't like them inside my house. Outside, I don't mind. But to be fair, if I have windowsills outside, I want the glass to be on those. That way I'm able to put something on the inside. Like on our house. That's why I'm able to put the blinds on there. Or I could actually hang curtains and it not being outside on the wall, which would prevent more furniture. Yeah, make sure there's no animals. The animals, no animals in your world. Okay, now that we got that. Oh. I did not grab. Before I forget. That's okay. And yeah, we'll need more. So, it's no big deal. Of course, you know, that's gonna piss me off. Because I don't want dirt to be seen. And then, oh, then the trough. Fortunately, it has to be on, I guess really the only spot that I could put it on the side. Oh, shit, it won't because of the fence there. I can't put it there. There we go. Question is, do I put all of it as hay? Well, shit. I mean, I could take out that board and then we can actually... Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Yeah, we want the horses to be comfortable. No, I'm sure it's not all hay, but at least it gives the illusion of hay on the ground. That's what I'm going for anyway. A little bit cramped. So somebody, if you got a Shetland pony, you can go there. and if you got a normal fucking horse, I guess you get one of these stalls. And I think that's about the same as the other side. So let's just get... Yeah, there is a new Viking mod. Go with something that you're just going to have fun with, though. I think that's really the key. Now, don't go for a mod that you're not going to fucking like just because it might be popular or some shit. Unless you're, unless you're wanting to go with something that's an actual challenge. That would be my take. That'd be like me. If I had mods, I wouldn't go with the hardest fucking thing or something that I'm not going to enjoy. Unless I'm wanting that experience. I'd want mods, I'd want to play with a mod that I'm going to have fun with. But that's just me, so. That's how I would look at it. I'm deciding. No, I kind of like it like that. So that was what, 3 of those? We got our metal furniture on us. Throw those out. Actually, let's not throw those out just yet. Because we could say fuck it and actually put... Oh, no, there's doors there. Never mind. Yeah, we can always pull them out if we want. more down the road. And then what color should we actually paint the floor? Like, I guess we could leave the... I don't know if I want that cobblestone, or... Would it look better with the wood? Because now I don't mind painting that. Like that. To freshen everything up. Then once we put the garage doors on here, that'll look fucking sick. Of course, but, well, see, that's a bad thing. We don't have, like, those saloon doors. The best we got is, I mean, we do got the double doors that will open. And we do got the garage doors. Maybe the garage doors instead of the rollback? I'm just thinking about the wooden garage doors because of the aesthetic. It looks more, you know... Man, why is my phone so dark? It's like it's on, like the lighting and brightness got reduced. Watch my phone be fucking dying. Pull that back up. That's what I'm wondering. Is like, did it switch to energy saver mode? I got 91%. Well, okay, to be fair, since I've been using my phone for the YouTube, I will say this, because it's always left on chat, it does, it officially now has a faded, burned-in image of chat on my phone. A static image. So if you look, like when I open my phone, if I look at it, you can see in the background about the, outside of the very top where the video is playing, I'm on my home screen, I can see the faded line, and it fades everything else out. And then it also says live chat. So, yeah. Yeah, it sucks. I don't know if I want the white then. I don't know. Then maybe we put a workbench in so we get like 2 workbenches. I can't really think of anything else to put in here. You wouldn't want a chem station. I don't think you want a forge in here. Would you want a forge in here? No, you wouldn't want a forge. That would spook the fuck out of the goddamn horses and shit. Oh, it's funny. It's just... Well, I mean, I bought this phone after I had my heart surgery. It wasn't brand new. I got it off of Amazon, refurbished. But I needed an upgrade, and I couldn't afford to drop $2,000 on a fucking phone. So I ended up... I think it was like $500. I just survived heart fucking surgery, so I didn't give a fuck. You know, I ate like a king. That's when I got into my Korean food and all that shit. I said, fuck this. And then I was going to paint the railing something else, but I think we'll just keep that all wood. Or would it look better, actually, with the western wood on the outside as well? What do you guys think? Let's see. That does kind of brighten that up, at least. Best way to paint the rails, go on an angle. At least that's my tip. You sit there in the front of it, you're going to have to sit there and try to get right on it. But if you go on an angle, hits it every single fucking time. And then, I mean, we could lighten it up with that. There we go. Yeah, that brightens it up. It's okay that if it blends in with the rest of it. But that lightens that up. That way we can go with this. And now I'll officially fill this in. Which, in all honesty, or is it because... No, okay. Let's close that off. I don't think there's any reason why that should be open. I can't think of one anyway. And then we gotta do the windowsills still on this. These I'm not worried about upgrading into cobblestone. It's just the fucking windowsill. The main thing is the structure is secure. Or do we? No, we keep it the same color. And then turn that off. I'm tempted to actually make the entire inside cobblestone on this. Since it is cobblestone outside. I don't really know. Yeah, that actually wouldn't look bad, because that separates it. I don't want every wall to always look like it's wood. Officially get that out of the way. Let's get that paint. Well, ceiling can be painted. No, I don't want that as a ceiling. Motherfucker. Fucking tell me you can't fucking paint that. Tell me how to live my life, you son of a bitch. I will say, the flagstone does look pretty good with the contrast of the Adobe white. I do like that contrast. And we're not actually going to put a door there. So, let's fill that in real quick. keep it consistent, because that looks kind of stupid. Otherwise, there we go. So shit, I'm glad I didn't break those down now. I thought I was gonna be able to fucking replicate the fucking wood. I'm gonna have to maybe take a little bit harder look through the options again. It might be in something else. What makes no sense is we got all this fucking shit right here, but it all leads to just the fucking block. There's absolutely nothing with this outside of the block. So you got all these fucking options. Excuse me. And it's completely fucking stupid. Even the other. Yeah. Makes no sense. No sense at all. And then the official player blocks, which I think is kind of bullshit, because I don't think there's... I think there's somewhere, what the fuck is that? Pre-painted? That's fucking stupid. Anyway. Actually, I haven't looked since, like I said, I haven't looked. But these player blocks are supposed to be what we should be able to craft in the game. That's it. Out of all the fucking items in the game. Now, to be fair, a lot of these are obviously different styles. But that's kind of sad, ain't it? Yeah, we can get the empty ones, but we can't actually get the ones that actually have fruit in it, I don't think. I know it's under the wooden furniture, ain't it? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Or do they have it? Oh, no, they do have it. Yeah, I still forget sometimes. That's like I kept forgetting that we actually do have the option for the wine barrels and shit. But we don't have the one for the wagon, which kind of sucks, you know? But yeah, see, we got the one for the doghouse, but we don't have the one that's made out of scrap polymer. Anyway, put that back in there. Shit. So I'm gonna have to look, because my original thought was, okay, well, I'll grab these and, you know, we could either put a new shelf of that over here. I guess in here we'll just end up putting barrels of shit. Actually, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna put in here now. It's kind of a nice room, but there's really not a whole lot. I'd almost want to fucking make this the office and make this the storage area. But we'll put up some metal shelving, I guess, and shit like that. Yeah, I don't know why I thought we had access to those. I don't know, I could have sworn. Well, there's prop helpers. No. Yeah, the liquor, we'll be using those for, in the saloon. In the general goods, store, I would like to set up a couple spots where we have shelves for the food piles. I think that would actually look pretty nice. Maybe some bins for, produce and shit, depending on how much room we got. Yeah, I want to keep the items inside at least somewhat realistic or feasible of what you would see. The hell is this? Oh yeah, the road barricades. But I don't know. We looked earlier. I didn't see it. I might have passed it, but I. That sucks. The ammo piles are pretty cool. Because like I said, between the hardened chest and then the weapon bags, I thought that would look so fucking cool in my armory. Well, not that one, but the bigger piles and shit. I forgot what they're called. Might be in the same category. Oh, the large. My bad. What's that one? Then the chemistry stations. But I always run out of room in every single house of mine. I run out of room because I wanted to open an armory and see, you know, shit like this, which I still could. I could stick these on like top of the ammo shelving, or actually I go home and on one side of the wall, because we don't really need gun racks on both sides. Yeah, well, everything is so damn expensive, except for fucking TVs. I don't know, but something really pisses me the fuck off when I go to Walmart and I walk by a fucking 65-inch screen TV for like $300. Pisses me the fuck off. It's amazing that it's fucking like $300-400 now. But y'all remember when that shit used to cost fucking like $5 for a fucking, you know, ridiculous prices for a TV? Like, comparison, in 1998 or 99, I can't remember exactly which year it was. It was either 88 or it was either 98 or 99. I remember I bought a 35-inch fucking TV for $800 fucking dollars. And then I had to buy a computer stand for $80 to fit that bitch because it was so fucking massive. But that was, you know, the regular tube TV. That wasn't the projection screen TVs or anything. That was one of the bigger TVs at the time that you can afford, you know, that you could buy. $800 fucking dollars for a 35-inch TV. And I thought I was living top of the world at that point. Now, that thing was so fucking big at that, you know, it was like, God damn, this TV's huge. Now you go to goddamn Walmart and you get a fucking 65 for fucking $300. Just pisses me the fuck off. it's like, you ignorant cocksuckers. Yeah. Like it's a conspiracy. I like a barn. I think this actually turned out pretty nice. I like having the troughs in here. That's a good call, Strawberry. Let's see. And I do like having the hay bales. I mean, like I said, if they're gonna fucking spawn it, you know, if I gotta have unclaimed blocks anyway, then fuck it. And by right, if they're gonna fucking spawn anyway, I have no reason then to tear out any more of the fucking floors than any of the POIs. So I think our progression is gonna get a lot faster. Because now there's no reason for me to tear up the fucking shit. Yeah, outside of actual renovation, of opening things up like we did here, and opened up our saloon. You know, outside of actual modifications, this would actually be a pretty cool fucking POI to live in. Like I said, if we ever get to that point in the future where we do another Western type theme, and we live in a Western town, this might be the POI that we live in. Because I could totally see this. We already got the circular outline here. We got a staircase. I'd probably make it a single staircase though. I mean, this fucking POI has a lot of potential. A lot of potential. Yeah, especially since we made that a back room. Got a small little balcony out here. Not to mention it hooks up into all of this, so we could have a cozy little fire pit up here. Or dew collectors and the apiary. Then you got a little side room like an office or something. Fuck, you come down here, you got another room here for like maybe a kitchen or something. Then of course we come down here. Well, we did the stairway, but we modified the stairs. But I would probably do the same thing as I did here. Then we could have an actual forge area all down here if we wanted all in one base. We could even not even have the other entrance right here if we didn't want to. Yeah, open this up, put all our storage right here. Knock that fucking wall out, push it back. Knock that wall out, push it back. That puts up a whole lot of room for all our forges or workbench. I mean, we could go fucking hog wild on that shit. This would be a really good POI. I think out of all the other POIs that we've seen, this one has a lot of potential for a pretty kick-ass home base. But that's just me. I think it does anyway. Of course, I look at all the POIs like that. Like, I mean, even this one, yeah, we combined those two because they're technically the same POI. I'm pretty sure we knocked out that shit, smacked them together. You could have like a dual tower a base with a connection in the center. Which, at that case, you could chop off the roof, close this off, take out the staircase, and then on top of this section right here, that's where you put your apiaries and shit. Or a little farm, if you want. Or actually, what I would do, maybe I would put the garage right here. That's how you drive in and out. And then you still have all this room. Then you have a drop-off box here. Depending on where you put your forges, you have a drop box for that. This is issue 101 on my list of why I look at MVPOI and start drooling. So you join someone in a world and they were hosting a PC, would you then be opened up to... no. If it's not on console, if that question is directed at me, those options I don't believe would be open up for me. Because our creative menu, our options are static. That's why we can't have mods and shit. Oh, no way. Please tell me that's a vision. Oh. Ooh, fuck you, game. Fuck you, game. That about made me shit myself just now. This series would have fucking ended if this shit was to fucking revert and flip. That would be the end of the series. Ah, what's up, Buster? We probably got the same stuff. It's just that you have access through the prefab editor. So you're able to pull the shit out of creative menu, like the lights and everything, and actually use them by default. But again, it's not on creative mode, it's only on that prefab editor. Which is why you guys have to use mods to do it. Which by right, everything in this fucking thing should be access to everybody. You should have to have prefab editor. Because that's how it was on Legacy. You open up creative menu, you had the lights, you could toggle them on and off. You couldn't do the lamps, but the lamps didn't turn on. Well, there was limitations on Legacy as well. There were lights in the game that you would sometimes come by and And it varied on POIs from game to game. Sometimes the lights would actually be working, sometimes they wouldn't. The only one that we had in the creative menu that could toggle on and off was the open sign. Our beer sign was a wooden poster, so it didn't matter. Because I missed the open sign. I used to slap the open sign on my fucking, on my chem stations. Was it the chem station? No, my cement, oh, wait. Which ones did I put it on? Because our workstations on Legacy didn't light up. You didn't, you know. I mean, the forges ran. You could tell if they were on and off. Well, you could tell the chem station was on and off. Oh, I did the open because that let me know I was crafting something. That's what it was. So I would slap the open sign on the like the chem station, or the room leading into where all my mixers were. And then I would turn the sign on, and that way when I eventually made my way back to my forge workshop area, it reminded me that they were active the last time I was there. So I'd open up the room, open up my cement mixers, grab all my shit, turn off the sign if I wasn't crafting anything. It was a nice little system because it at least let me know what I was doing. Not too bad. So we got that one done. We got that painted. That one actually looks pretty decent. So we got half of that POI done. And like I said, I mean, now that I know that, whether I replace the blocks or not, although by right, even if I use land claim blocks, I should still rip out the floor, to be honest. Because I did have I had an issue with Higashi Pharmaceutical. I mentioned it before. There was a section right outside of my little armory that twice zombies spawned, despite having a land claim block and my fucking bedroll. Which is why I've been a stout critic about land claim blocks should negate all future spawns. I don't give a fuck what type of spawning. They should never spawn. If you got a land claim block down, nothing should ever spawn. I don't give a fuck if it's a player block or not. Yeah, I always thought about doing a PvP server. Well, not a server, because I can't host one like that, but PvP game. Just for the fuck of it. But my problem with PvP is I want to be with friends. I don't want no sweaty fucking bullshit. I know how I am with PvP. Like I said, that's why I said earlier, there's a reason why I don't play PvP games anymore. And it's not that I sucked at them. Quite the opposite. Once I locked into PvP, yeah. Can't say I was a sweaty tryhard, but I'd beat the living fuck out of you until you quit. I didn't give a shit. Definitely a ruthless fucking PvP player. Destiny was Destiny was the prime example when I got heavy into that. That poor fucking opposite team, that one fucking match. I'll never forget that. That's when Destiny 2 came out, and it was teams were only 4v4 at the time. And that poor opposite team, I single-handedly crushed them the entire match. I crushed them so fucking hard, the game actually stopped recording my kills and wouldn't let me kill them. I was actually able to drain their health all the way down to a sliver, and teammates had to finish them off. It would not let me kill anymore. It wouldn't even let me pick up heavy ammo. And it's like, goddamn. It's like even Destiny fucking put a mercy rule on it. That was a good match though. But I always thought about like a legacy, like I said, because I always had concepts like an actual PvP world, how I would do my base, where I would do my base, how I would access it, how I would have various exits. I had it all planned out. I thought it would have been, just for the build wise, it would have looked fucking kick ass. But enough of that. Fuck whatever. PvP. Hey! There's the rest of my pickaxe. Not too shabby. Not shabby at all. So now what I want to do over here is I want to tear this down, but I want to put, like the hanging spot dead center where they hang. As far as the fence goes, let's just go ahead and we'll keep the same distance with the other fences. We can always adjust if we so choose to. The fuck? I didn't know you could have those on the ground like that. Then again, I don't think I've ever tried. Alright, so we have fenced off area. Not too shabby. Then we put... Where would we want the hanging spot? Because I'll expand this. That way it's 2 blocks on both sides instead of just one. And I could actually elevate it up another block. That way you have that more room of them hanging. As if you're gonna hang somebody, yeah, I want that room, I guess, right? Or would that... No, 3 blocks high would be too high, wouldn't it? From a visual standpoint. Because if you're witnessing the hanging from here, you don't want to have to look all the way up there, right? You'd want it... not eye level, but relatively eye levels. That way you're not straining your neck. Yeah. Now, for the ones viewing, anyway. Yeah, that's why. To be fair, Lester, that's why I've never played like Rust or. I would have played DayZ. The kid that I worked with when I first started my last job, because he started like, what was it? I started in May. He started in August, and then he got assigned to my area and worked with me. And he's the one that told me about DayZ at the time. That's fucking, what, 13 years ago? 14? And then, about the fact that it was going to come to, they were planning on it actually coming to console at some point. And I got all excited. I was all hyped for that shit. I thought that was going to be fucking kick-ass. Survival, zombie. I never heard of fucking 7 Days to Die or anything at that point. So I was all excited. And then it finally came out to console many moons later. And then I found out that you don't have a single server unless you rent one, I guess. And it's like, I'm not gonna fucking buy a game and then pay money to play the motherfucker every month. That might be... We might have to actually move that over one more, because I need room for the pose. The pose. Well, actually, it's only supposed to be 2. Not 3. And actually, if I'm doing it this way, I want my... Yeah, I don't want that one. I want the one that's not the center, but center on the side. Where are you at? You. And then you are the other one that's on the corner. And it sucks because, I don't mind PvP if I'm playing with friends, though. Yeah, that's the difference. You know, if I'm playing with friends, it's not that big of a deal. Because we're having fun. And that's what it should be. But then you always get those people that take it way too fucking serious. And too sweaty, and that just kind of ruins the whole fucking thing, you know? And sad to say, I get sweaty. So, I don't like it. I don't like that. I don't like that experience. I don't like that feeling. That's not the type of person that I like being. But with friends, it's a little bit different because we're all having fun, so. Of course, my friend Bill, that fucking bastard, I'll never forget that. There was 5 of us playing PvP, or I think there was 5 of us that were playing PvP that day. Just private matches, you know, not anything severe. And fucking assholes. It was gonna be me and him versus the other 3 that were playing. And right at the end, what's that son of a bitch do? He fucking switches to the other team, so it was all fucking 4 against me. It's like, you motherfucker! And then I proceeded to beat the shit out of them all. Because the gun that I was using, I was so proficient with that fucking... Oh my god. I was a beast with that fucking weapon. I forgot what it was called now. It's been so many years. But we all had a whole lot of fun, and that was the whole point, though. Oh, we gotta have a spot where that's hanging over. So, actually, we're gonna want that as well. But I'll never forget that. It's like right at the last minute, he decided to be a jackass and fucking SWAT team. So, like I said, it was me versus all of them. It's like, asshole. It was funny as shit, though. No lie. That's when I used to have a lot of fun. With PvP and shit. Or Destiny back then. In general. Now, I haven't touched fucking Destiny in, ooh, many, many, many moons. The way they changed everything. I don't know if you guys ever played Destiny. But it had its fun moments. Until it became more like a job than anything. And that sucked. But there was something, and that's where RNG sucks, man. Because nothing worse than grinding for fucking hours or playing for days trying to get something to drop. Then it wouldn't drop. And then somebody that doesn't ever fucking play turns around, magically fucking gets the drop first fucking time. RNG kills games sometimes. How high did they go? Or did they do a L shape at the end? I guess not. No, they didn't. Okay. Do I want that one more block higher, or do I want that at the same height? Or is that... No, that looks perfect, doesn't it? Yeah, that looks perfect. Sweet. And we grab that. Then we'll build the hatch and slap it on that. Let's see. So, let's get a hatch. And how am I going to do this? Advance. There we go. We want it to go on the side so you can see their feet dangling. No trickery. Well, it's probably weird on console because it's just like, I remember when I played Green Hell the first time, the UI was definitely full-on fucking PC imported, which doesn't really translate to console well because we don't have all those additional keys and, you know, all that shit. So it kind of made it a little rough. Do we have it hang down as low as they did? I don't know if we have it hang down that far. I think it's... Ew. Ew. Okay, I gotta rotate that top knot then. Or, oh, wait a minute, I did that wrong, I gotta... Nope. Ooh, getting that to line up. Okay. Okay, so let's go back. That angle. Nope. Nope. Yep. Yeah, that looks better. So I guess that was one... That is one more block higher, ain't it? Yeah, that is. Would it look better if that was actually higher? I think maybe it would look better if it was higher. Well, oh no, because you stand here. No, I think that actually works. And then, when you get hung, I mean, you're obviously going to be... Your neck's going to be right about there, and your feet's going to drop right there. I think that actually looks a little bit better, don't it? And I don't know. There. There's a couple of hay bales out. That was like 30. Been a while since we had Samara. Figure that out, spawner. Told you. It's like a fucking psychic or something, guys. Hey, you like those spikes, bitch? Hope they fucking hurt really, really bad. Like, really bad. I remember Legacy never failed. I can be starting my build, and I mean starting the build completely. No forges running, none of that shenanigan bullshit, nothing to cause heat. I put 10 fucking blocks down, not even upgrade, just 10 blocks. Wood frames, actually, I should say. And, she'd always spawn. Every fucking time. Every time. God, that used to piss me the hell off. Look, I haven't even upgraded anything. I haven't done shit. And you're already spawning in. What the fuck? I'm gonna go only this high right now. Like a different... I think that's actually high enough though. I don't know, maybe it's just me. SOCOM 2? I always heard about that. I never did play that though. Well, to be fair on DC though, it's permadeath, so if you die, you lose everything. So, kind of understandable if you ask me. Well, that's really no different than 7 days. Like, even though it's not technically permadeath unless you want it to be permadeath, but yeah, one of the golden rules of 7 days, even on Legacy, you don't have to fight every fucking thing. You don't have to kill every fucking thing. You're in a bad situation, get the fuck out. Run away. So, like, Legacy, I always remember, like, on Reddit and shit, they talk about, dying and all that shit, or they can't, they're always dying. It's like, well, did you run away? No. Well, then, why? There's nothing in this game that says you have to sit there and fight every single thing that you come across. Running away is a viable strat. But some people will just, like, refuse to fucking run away, and then, it's like, well, don't bitch that you died. Yeah, kind of fucking ran away. Yeah, that's like early game. You're running around with a fucking stick. Stop trying to beat the fucker with a stick. You got a bow and arrow. Shoot the son of a bitch in the face. Use long-range tactics. Kite their ass. And especially like Legacy back then, the world was a lot more filled with zombies. And let's face it, you get your ass swarmed really fucking quick, especially if you walked into a town. Fuck. They spawned so many goddamn zombies. Well, you did have a setting to fluctuate how many spawned. But, fucking, people who complain about that, it's like, well, why'd you sit there and fight everything? You didn't have to. Why are you trying to hit everything with a fucking stick? Use your bow and arrow. That's, perfect strategy. And if it's overwhelming, get the fuck out of there. You're not gonna miss out on any fucking thing important. Because if you die, there goes your backpack, and good luck getting that motherfucker back. Because now you don't even have your stick to beat them with. Well, it's actually more dishonored that you're dying. To be fair, I mean, yeah, I get the sentiment, though. Death before dishonor. But, what good is it if you're fucking dead? And on this game now, with jobs and everything, you lose out on the job. So, why not just run away and save your shit? But, that's not referring to you, though, man. That's just saying, general, like a Legacy, though. Like I said, that was back years ago. A lot of things. That's like, a little bit off topic, but same concept. People would always complain about, coal. Coal and nitrate on Legacy. And that's why I always, that was rule number one. All those little piles of coal and nitrate, you stopped and collected them. Now, maybe not day one, because the stone hammer fucking sucked. But once you got, your... And you could have iron tools by day two, morning of day two anyway, and at a decent level. Once you knew how to play the game right. But, from day two on, every time you saw, ran past or drove past those piles, you'd stop and pick those up. It wasn't a lot. Nitrate piles usually only gave you 60 nitrate. And coal piles usually gave a little bit more. But every little bit added up. I never ran out of coal and nitrate on that game. So it used to always perplex me a little bit when people would be like, yeah, I can't, I don't ever have, I'm always out of coal and nitrate, and it's like, how? And then come to find out they never would stop and grab those things. And it's like, well, there's part of the problem. And I mean, you can literally go to Reddit right now, PS4, 7 Days to Die PS4, go back, 6 years almost? And you will literally see all my comments for every question that people would post, because I tried to be super active in there. Because it was pretty dead at the time. When I first joined anyway, you really didn't see any comments or anything. So I tried to be that one person that, was active and tried to keep it alive or bring life to that place. Because I knew I wasn't the only one that loved the game. And God knows you couldn't go to YouTube. You couldn't trust any fucking source. You couldn't trust Google because it would only give you the current version of the game and not Legacy. So the misinformation was pretty fucking high back then. A lot of clickbait shit. A lot of clickbait titles. So I made it my goal to fight that. That was before I ever started YouTube or anything. And like I said before, that was my main goal of starting YouTube. I wanted to do that. Continue on with that. Then I never did. I just never did. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's the right height. Anything longer just doesn't make fucking sense. I wouldn't want the fucking... Well, I mean, I guess the main rope, I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? I guess it would make sense if the rope was actually longer, though. Right? Yeah, let's... Fuck it, let's just do it. Because the rope's still going to be hanging the same fucking distance. Alright, so we needed the tide. Let's keep that on our inventory. We need the tide. We need the centerpiece. And then we need the noose. I guess I should have paid attention. Two turns. Two turns. Not bad. You know what? We'll even throw an extra one out. There you go. For the third rope on that. Everything is upgraded to cobblestone. We could paint the railing something different. I don't know. What do you guys think? Or should we just keep it as regular wood to just keep that aesthetic going? Oh, I don't like that though. Okay, hang on. Let me chop that down. What about the railing? What do you guys think? What should we do about the railing? I don't think you... What? Actually, it would be an open face, wouldn't it? Yeah, because the stage would be opened. It would have railing in front. You'd have the railing on the sides. I mean, I could always put, well, no, I can't because the fence. I mean, well, actually, I mean, I guess I could, take like a pole, like the center. Yeah. Oh, actually, the other pole, actually. Like, if we wanted some kind of lip right there. But it don't need to have the lip. I don't think it does anyway. I think that looks actually pretty decent. What do you guys think? Yeah, the boulders. Yeah, I miss those fucking gray boulders, man. Whoo, I miss those gray boulders. They were so nice. Bills fan, what's up, man? Sorry, guys, I got a little focused with my execution square. I think we've all been there, haven't we? Oh, you're good with your random game vent. We've all been there. We all ranted a game some way, somehow, and I hear somebody dying on a fucking something all the way up to the left. Ah, there's fucking loot bags over here. Y'all just dying and pooping out loot. Don't even have to kill you anymore. That's the way I like my Zeds. Poop out loot bags for free. More fucking AP rounds. Jesus Christ, man. That is ridiculous. Spikes are the best fucking thing in the world. Just for that reason. Speaking of which, let's make a couple real quick. Secure our border. I know we had some more at one point. Not today, but other times. Alright. Yeah, somewhere around here I'm gonna have to put like a ladder or something for myself. Something that I could jump up, get in and out of it. And I'm glad we kept that one. That puts it nice closer to the sheriff office. That figures. Yeah, we still got 231 more spikes. I'm gonna leave the plant fibers here. I'm not worried about that fence. I was just about to say before the storm hit, I'm thinking about actually moving up that fence a little bit. That way it's not flushed up against the walkway. Give it a little bit of room. Because we actually do got a lot of room and space there to hold an audience. And it's actually not bad that we had a storm. I think it's a good cutoff point. It's early morning. I really don't want to do a whole another day. That'd put me to like 1, 2 in the morning. Kind of want to eat something anyway. And we can actually We know we're protected in here. That fucking vulture's still here! Get the fuck out of my house! God damn it, Kenny! I didn't order DoorDash. Leave me alone. Jackass! I want usable furniture. Kinda feels weird that I gotta crouch on my own couch. Yeah, I'm just gonna sit here and watch the TV before while the storm goes off. But I'm gonna actually pause that right there. Whew, that was actually a pretty good day, though. I mean, we got our Horde Night done. We got a couple of the POIs actually completed as far as like the paint and all that. This is the place to go for game rants. Yeah, actually, game rants are all welcomed. All gaming rants. Wait a minute, why am I still hearing? Oh, did I have volume on my phone? That was kind of weird. I actually heard volume coming out. Yeah, you guys have been neglected on rants lately, I know. I need material. Yeah, give me a reason. Yes. Well, I mean, I did have a, not really a rant, but definitely opinionated on the AI pathing already. Yeah, the machete does have a decent reach. Of course, Zeds have an even longer reach. Because, logic. Yeah, the new version, yeah, you can, yeah, well, actually, if you play it long enough, you know which ones you can actually hit, despite the skulls or not. But yeah, Legacy, it was just, although, to be fair though, on Legacy, you didn't have a whole lot of zombies spawning inside, so you really didn't have that much of a threat. Yeah, the threat was on the streets because they spawned a lot more. So your real threat was the actual town itself and not the POIs. And since not, well, in comparison to now, it's kind of like the opposite. Yeah, there is Zeds running around, but not in the sheer numbers as inside the POIs, which kind of sucks. Yeah, nighttime was scary around Legacy. Although, to be fair, though, when you entered the town, you got hit with a big wave. And, after you cleared it, they were still around, but it would tone down for a while as far as how many would spawn around. The biggest threat on Legacy, though, after that was Samara spawning. As far as the combination, they did say that they are introducing a hybrid system of learn by doing and reading. I don't know if that's supposed to be 2.6. That might be 2.6 when we get that. But did say that they're bringing back a hybrid system. Of course, what scares me though is, he made the comment. He's like, "Oh, I thought of an idea." Well, we have seen their ideas, and it's scary. Lucky Looty Poopy Bags! And free ones. We didn't even have to kill them for that. Our Spikes did it for us. Yeah, Sham is all rabbit-free meat. Sham is made by pigs. Which is why my theory of Sham being the reason for the apocalypse, I think holds more weight than a lot of other theories. Yeah, sitting in a chair to cure fatigue or sleeping. Because the only way to cure fatigue in this game is fucking vitamins. You can't even make a tea, which is kind of stupid. That's like a concussion. The only fucking way to cure a concussion is painkillers. You should, they gotta have, there should be some kind of medicinal remedy that you can make. Because you can't make vitamins and you can't make fucking painkillers in the game. Three smelting spots in the forge should be a fucking base vanilla. It's so stupid that I can only put either I gotta split it up with the clay and shit. Especially when you need clay for every fucking thing. At least we can keep our clay supply up. It won't be the year 3000, but it'll be about 2642 is when they'll come out. Yeah, vitamins, time, or death. That's the only way to cure those. And it's 2 fucking hours in real life. So, for me, playing on 120-minute days, that's 1 full day. If you're playing on 60-minute fucking days, that's 2 whole days. That makes no goddamn sense when the game is based around 60 minutes by default. So you're gonna tell me I get fucking fatigued, but I gotta wait 2 whole fucking in-game days to cure that? If I can't find a fucking vitamin or a painkiller? That's some bullshit. No, it's not just piggy, but pigs are the biggest. Uh, Higashi Pharmaceutical showed that they were creating fucking ferals and zombies. They were fucking with genetics, but they were using pigs. Rotten flesh, uh, rotten flesh is basically, you use rotten flesh to make sham. So it's human. They were using corpses and shit for experimentation. Well, they were using rotten flesh to make sham, which caused the fucking virus to kick into humans and turn people into zombies. That's basically the gist of it. That's not official, but when you conclude everything, because that's like you always find all these half-eaten sandwiches. That means these motherfuckers were taking a bite out of a sandwich and fucking turning. So some was contaminated meat, some wasn't. But they all contained rotten flesh. Which means, kind of like The Walking Dead, everyone in the apocalypse is running around with the virus in them. So when you die, you turn into a zombie. Yeah, mouthwatering. Yeah, the sandwiches are then used to make the antibiotics. Which, normally you use the venom to create a serum from, poisonous bites and shit. So, in a sense, although, granted, in Well, actually, I don't. Is it still Yeah, the old sham sandwich. Now on Legacy, you had to turn that into moldy bread, I believe. Yeah, you had moldy bread. So you had to take the old sham sandwiches and turn them into moldy bread, and then you could make antibiotics. But it was still sham sandwiches at the core of everything. Yeah, the virus decimates America. That's because of the fucking sham sandwiches. So that's. I'm gonna stream my theories. Oh, I never painted that. I'm gonna have to go back and paint that. And trust me, I am a doctor. Well, just ignore the name though, because you know. Anyway. But no, I am a professional doctor. 9 out of 10 Zeds agree. So, you know, when you think about the, everyone's always thinking about the background story and shit of how the virus starts. I mean, that's what I conclude anyway. And we all know what, yeah, I'll get tired. Sorry, yes. That's like when it comes to the story with the Duke, we all know who the Duke is. The Duke is this guy. Well, that's not a good fucking representation. That's the Duke. Which I'm wondering if they're going to keep that. I'm not going to go into detail about that, but, you know, the bad guy, the fact that he owns a casino. Yeah. Because if you remember when they said they were going to get rid of the Desert Spitter and swap it out, what were they originally going to swap it out? It wasn't a cowboy. It was supposed to be a Native American. The original design that they showed, it was going to be Native American. But PC culture. Oh god, the villain or whatever, whatever. I don't give a fuck. Make him a goddamn Pollock. I'll shoot the son of a bitch every fucking time. I don't call that racist. Fucking pussies call that racist. It's just a goddamn character in a fucking story. Doesn't represent that you fucking hate that people. But here we are! Modern times, people. Gotta love it, right? Can't have anything without somebody getting their fucking pussy wet. With fucking agitation and sand in it. No, the Duke can't be anyone. That's the fucking Duke, dude. That's literally... These are the main characters in the game. These people have... something to do with everything. You got the Duke. I don't know who Lorraine will be. But there's Noah. We've heard the name the Noah. Which is pretty much the opposite leader of the Duke. That's the thing. We know. Not the one with the hidden safe, because I don't want to have to bust down a fucking safe. But we know there's Noah. Quote unquote. The opposite for Duke. So those are your two main leaders in the story. And then we have the Doctor, Higashi, probably Karen Higashi's, you know, possibly Higashi. So he might be the husband to Karen. And then, if you've seen The Walking Dead, you got this guy. Who knows who the fuck that is? Although, wasn't he supposed to be like a Kickstarter that they threw in? Or, no, one of the zombies was modeled after a Kickstarter. The one guy that spent fucking ridiculous amounts of money for some shit. But I also see him kind of like, he's probably the fucking naive character in the story. But those are your main characters. And then, well, and her, who we don't technically know. At first, that almost started looking like fucking Jen, to be fair. And then they really changed Jen's, model. But at first, that's like, that almost could be Jen. But that's a theory. Obviously, I don't know. We all have our own speculations and shit, you know? Yeah, the casino, Duke's Casino, I'm hoping is going to be fucking massive and awesome, and it's probably just going to be nothing more than another fucking dungeon bullshit. But as far as we know, like I said, that's the Duke, that's Noah. So, all the traders work for the Duke, basically. Well, you got White River, and then I forgot who the other fucking fraction's called now. And, you know, how are the traders gonna... Because you hear Jen make the comment that she's got her payment, so the Duke is basically Negan of this universe. He's the one controlling everything. That's why all the money's Duke's Casino coins. That's how we know that's the Duke. He's even named the Duke. And either he might not be Higashi, but he's obviously medical scientist. He's probably working under the Duke, most likely. She might be a side character to the whole story. I mean, it could go a lot of ways, but like I said, I don't know who he is exactly. I know it's just named Ben. He's probably the naive character in the story. Or like if you've seen The Walking Dead, pretty much like a Eugene. Not very strong fighter. Might be pretty smart, but also useless as far as being helpful outside of some knowledge and shit. And like I said, it's hard to speculate who she is. Like I said, at first I thought that might have actually started turning into fucking Jen. But she could also be the wife to fucking Noah. It could be the wife to fucking Duke. She could just be a mother to Ben. And a side quest or something. Kind of hard to say, you know? So, I mean, obviously everything is speculation. But, I mean, they are named as they are. And from what we've heard throughout the years, you know, Duke is the main bad guy. He's the one, the note that we read. You know, the Duke's, you pissed off the fucking Duke, you crossed the Duke, and he kicked your ass out to the curb with no clothes on. And it sounds like we'll be working in debt for him when we get bandits and all that shit in an actual story. So there is somewhat lore in the game, just nothing 100%, official. But in my mind, putting all the pieces together, as far as Ben and Lorraine, not really sure, but we have that medical doctor. Like I said, he could be Higashi. It would actually make sense, seeing that he's a scientist. And it would make sense that the Duke snatched his ass and put him under his wing. And then Noah's the savior type character, trying to save the people while opposing the Duke. And then you got to factor in the traitors and how they, they're obviously they're traitors under the protection of the Duke, or not really protection, but kind of like mafia type of shit. They got to pay their dividends or bad juju. But yeah, like Ben, I could see definitely being a naive character, gets you in trouble. In the story, he's the one that gets killed for that sympathy, heartwarming, squishy feeling. He's all the big, adorable, lovey-dovey, plushy, teddy bear character who kind of redeems himself as a hero in a sense by ended up sacrificing himself to save you or Lorraine or something. Shit like that. Yeah, and that was my big. Well, that's why I was complaining so hard about the Yeti and the fucking Desert Spitter, because it's like it doesn't make sense. Yeah, the Desert Spitter, he's dried out and all that, but he wouldn't be walking around looking like the fucking Mummy Returns. I still am a strong opponent of the whole bee spitting bullshit. That just doesn't make fucking sense. Because the bees would just be nonstop singing the fuck out of the zombie. Let alone, they would not build a fucking nest in a moving thing. So, But, of course, it is also a video game, so at the end of the day, you do have to suspend some disbelief, I guess, of realism. Like the Yeti, and I said it before, if they want a Yeti in the game, they could, but make it like a special event. A special hunting thing. Because I think they also need to kind of do that with the traders. Special objective jobs that you don't get often, and when you do unlock it, it gives you something fucking amazing. But turn it into a boss fight, an actual boss fight, where they got just ridiculous fucking HP, and you really gotta fight the son of a bitch. Not just sit there and ping it while the son of a bitch is just sitting there looking at the sky, but an actual boss event type thing. Also, for like the Yeti, increase the size by another half, make him big, make him scary, make him super fucking strong. But actually worth killing him, get like a legendary fucking item when they actually do, an actual legendary item, not no tier 6 bullshit. But something with special stats and shit. Whether it be a weapon or whatnot. Kind of makes you motivated to do the jobs because then you have the chance to unlock it after a certain level. And it doesn't have to be just a one-time thing, but that's something that you get every single time you go to the trader. Something you got to work toward to get that special gear or special tool or weapon. That would keep you motivated to keep doing it, I don't want anything that stupidly fucking slows me down because it bit me. Unless it's a goddamn bear holding my ass fucking down. But getting stung by a fucking bee and all of a sudden, yeah, fuck off. That's stupid. That's been my biggest fucking beef with it. It's like, fuck you, fun pimps. Hey, fuck off. I got stung by a bee, all of a sudden I fucking walk in slow motion. The fuck? Fucking stupid, retarded shit is that? That makes no goddamn sense. Now, get hit by a fucking bear. Yeah, of course my ass is limping. I should be slowed down, I guess. But then again, in Abandon 2.0, I got pulled off the fucking ladders by goddamn dogs some fucking how. Because now, every now and then, I've caught it a few times. I've seen fucking animals climb the first step in a ladder. You know, of course, we also are in a game where snakes will bust down the fucking door to fucking hunt you down to kill you. Yeah. You know, that's totally what a snake fucking does. That's why I left Texas. We got tired of having to fight snakes trying to bust down the fucking door to the house. But again, you know, there's nothing funny, but there's nothing more fucking ignorant and amusing at the same time as hearing your door getting smacked and you open it up and there's a fucking snake. What? Well, that's why the bees are living inside the fucking zombies, I guess. But to be fair, again, that doesn't make no sense because you're gonna tell me that a zombie controls bees? And again, bees are not gonna fucking build a fucking nest in a moving fucking object. And if the object is moving, what are all the bees gonna do? They're just gonna sting the living fuck out of whatever's moving in front of them. So they're not gonna, you know, fucking zombie doesn't become a bee whisperer all of a sudden. That makes no goddamn sense. Of course, at the same time, shitting yourself makes no goddamn sense that it attracts Zeds. Zombies are not attracted to poop. I'm sorry. And I've seen that, like I said, I've seen that, an attempted encounter of it's the smell. They're attracted to smell. They're not attracted to shit. That's not a fucking zombie. Zombies are not attracted to poop. These are fucking zombies that we are fighting. And if they are attracted to smells, then they shouldn't even be targeting us. They should, by right, be attacking each other and killing each other. Because, you know, in a zombie apocalypse, what people don't realize is that's going to smell really, really bad. Those zombies walking around rotted corpses would smell extremely horrendous. It would make you sick. So if they are truly attracted to stench, then we should always see them literally fighting and trying to devour each other, if that was the case. And that's why I said, you know, then if that's the case, then all the zombies would be attracted to, the dumps and all that. Not hiding on a fucking shelf above a door somehow. Yeah. Well, that's where they need to go higher than the tier 6 POI. I mean, we don't need a boss on everything, but special spots, like I said, like the Yeti, I would have accepted that as a special boss fight. The Spitter, no fucking place. No fucking place for it. The bees make no fucking sense. And I am so sick of the goddamn combat AI in this fucking game. With the bullshit with the bees and vultures. Because it's amazing how you spot them. They're coming right at you to attack you. But the minute you hit that trigger button to swing your weapon, magically they swing, they magically fly off. And then when they come back again, magically they fucking, predictive fucking fighting. Get the fuck out of here. They're fucking bees. Suck my fucking dick with that, Anything, and like I said before, that's like with the grass. They added all these super small fucking patches of grass. Excuse me. And it's not because of visuals. They don't give a fuck about that. It's so you're wasting your goddamn energy and stamina breaking a piece of fucking grass instead of digging the dirt. That's all it is. Anything to sink your fucking stamina. That's all that's the only reason why anything is added in this game. It's to fuck you over. That's it. They're not trying to improve the game. They're just trying to fuck over the player. That's it. That's their whole goal. And it's sad. At least, in my opinion, or at least observation, that's exactly what it is. The bees? Oh, you run around on Horde Nights? Well, fuck you. We're going to throw bees in to slow you down. Because God forbid you use the fucking shoes that they provide you the way you run faster than them. So why even give us the goddamn option of armor with perks if you're just going to turn around and try to fuck the player over? You know? At least, yeah, that's why I said, that's why I bring it up all the time. The whole block. It completely destroys the whole fucking concept of fighting Zeds and defending against them. Yeah, that's like the structural engineer, advanced engineering that they gained at one point. You know, zombies. Yeah. How the fuck are you gonna tell me zombies can see your base and be like, oh, that one's wood, so that's the weakest point? The fuck? How do you know it's wood? Get the hell out of here, you know? Stupid shit. It's stupid shit like that. But it's designed just to fuck you over. And it pisses me off because, like I said, if you're out doing a job and you're in a regular POI, half the time they don't even go to the fucking door. They just bust out the fucking bottom block and that's it. And I miss the days of where you're in a POI, doing the job, you get a random horde, they start busting down the wall, they bust out the block, and at least you can sit here and fight them. While they're still breaking the block underneath it. But you have a chance to actually fight them. Now it's just, oh, I show up, I hit the fucking block a couple times, immediately bust through fucking steel like it's a wet paper bag, and they all pour through. It's a gimmick in my mind. That's like the Skittles Zeds. It's just an ammo sink. It's a cheap way of, it's a cheap illusion of difficulty. And like I said, like you go back to Legacy, when you shot the Zeds with an automatic, it stuttered them. That's why I wouldn't go to the Wasteland without an SMG. Because Feral Whites were the big bad on Legacy. Them things would fuck you up. But the best way to counter them? SMG or AK. They still ran at you, but when you shot them, it stuttered them. And slowed them down. Now they do a ballerina spin, fucking close the gap within fucking half a fucking millisecond, and smack the shit out of you. Despite being fucking spinning around like a ballerina. Case in point, cheap tactics. Cheap mechanics. Shit to fuck you over. And I've said it many a times, they're so worried about fucking countering players and not just working on the game. This game could be either done or damn near on the edge, the cusp of being completed by now. But they've been so fucking obsessed with fucking over players. Here we are. A broken 2.5 where I can't even fly near a fucking city without the game fucking dropping down to 5 frames per second. I'm afraid to go into a fucking city, let alone even go into any of the POIs, because I figure my game's going to crash. Luckily, we haven't, but we all know if I was to do a Deshang Tower, I guarantee the game would crash. We would never be able to get through that fucking job without it crashing. And it sucks, because, same old song, but it sucks. Because 1.4, like I said, yeah, Grover High was a glitchy mess. But I could go into cities. I can go into Vanity Tower. I could have gone into the Shang Tower. I could have went into Hagashi Pharmaceutical. And I had relatively stable frame rates. Grover High was the exception, just because we had so many spawning on the roof at the exact same time. And again, I mean, they did the whole spawning, the spawn point to try to prevent it. But, like always, instead of introducing something straightforward, they then had to fuck it up by making them have the ability to crouch, So now they do some weird fucking movement shit. How many times out in the middle of fucking nowhere, they're fucking crouching like it's Skyrim now. What the fuck? It's like, well, come on, guys. Damn. No, that's some stupid shit. Mod's taking it up to tier 10? Jesus Christ. Well, the empty cans, you know, the one thing I do miss about Legacy with shit like that, the empty cans were annoying, but they were, if you didn't have a cooking pot, at least you could boil, you know, at least you were able to scoop up water and boil the can and get boiled water that way. So, I mean, that was kind of a nice thing. The thing I did like about the tin cans was I could scrap them for iron. So they had a use in my mind. The gun parts. You didn't want the gun part? You didn't want to sell it? You could scrap it for iron. Now I got a box downstairs full of all these goddamn scrap, you know, all these fucking gun parts that I can't even smelt down. I can't scrap them. I could sell them. Whoop-de-fucking do. If I'm out in the world, you know, trying to loot, the last thing I want is an extra slot of something that I can't even use, you know? And I mean, yeah, you can throw it away, but the advantage of Legacy was if I didn't want it, fine, I just scrap it. Or if I want to hold it to sell it, that's a different story. But this also kept my iron supply, at least in motion as well. I couldn't live on it, but it was a little bit of resources, and it saved me a slot because I always had iron anyway, you know? So that, to me, the tin cans, the way gun parts were back then, I miss that because, like I said, that was a little bit of extra iron that I could get. And I always have iron. You scrap anything, you're always gonna, you know. That's like I got in the habit of every time I left my base on Legacy, I knew I was always gonna have, at minimum, I was always gonna have iron, I was always gonna have lead, and I was always gonna have brass in my inventory. Guaranteed. We'd find those lead weights, and granted, you got more if you smelted them, but if you needed the room, at least you could scrap them. In current version now, we get an item that we can't use. It's either just throw it away, or just throw it away, or sacrifice a precious inventory slot that could probably be used for something more. That's, you know. It's not that it was needed, but, you know, every little bit does go a long way. Now, to be fair, in this version of the game, it doesn't really matter, because, I mean, mining is OP as shit. You can gain a whole lot of resources pretty quick. But on a game where Legacy, where it was a little bit... I mean, you could find resource veins, don't get me wrong. But every little bit helped a little... I think it helped a little bit better on older versions than this version. Except for early game. Like, early game, finding that little bit of extra iron that you can scrap down and take home saves you a little bit of time instead of having to sit there and try to beat a little bit of a iron node with a fucking tier 1 stone hammer. You know, shit like that. It's not needed to come back, but it was a nice thing at the time. Does it fit with the current game? Probably not. Not anymore. But if they were to do anything, I would like to at least be able to scrap the shit that we don't want. Like these armor parts, they're fucking metal. So why can't I just fucking scrap them and take the iron instead? Or smelt them down when I got home and got extra. Because God knows. But we got Now, I don't need 200 of these. I mean, I can sell them. But when I'm out in the world, do I really want to sit here and carry them all home? No. And I'm not always guaranteed to see a trader wherever I'm looting. So it's kind of like that catch-22, you know? I would much be happier if I could just scrap them on the go. And come home and have a little bit of iron to throw in my forge as a result. And gun parts, I mean, look at this. Half the time I'm throwing them away now. Or what I've been trying to get in the habit of is, if there happens to be a trader nearby, swing by and sell the shit. But if there ain't no trader and I need the room, you know, what's the option? Throw them away. The better option? Scrap them for iron. At least I get something out of them. Because now, like I said, like now, with all the steel tools I get, motorized tools that I get, they're completely useless to me. But if I was able to scrap them down or melt them down for iron, then they would actually have a value to me. At least for me, anyway, that would actually give me value instead of this. Because I'm pretty sure they didn't change it. Nope. If I was able to smelt this down, then at least I would have some benefit to it. So now I'm in the mindset, outside of super early game, or, you know, if I needed the money, that's one thing. Because they do sell for at least a decent amount. But like now, in this game, I go out looting, I see them. You know, unless I'm gonna swing by a trader before I leave or during my looting range, there's no reason to keep them, so I might as well just throw them on the ground now. But if I could scrap them, I would be happy. But that's just me, you know. Yeah, just everything should be scrappable, and no different than like back in the day when we had raw iron. You know, you could scrap it for iron, or you could smelt it, and you got more for it. The lead trophies, the brass trophies back in the day, the lead weight, if you smelted them, you got more resources out of it, but you had the option to scrap them on the go. And if you needed inventory space, at least it didn't feel like a wasted thing that you found. At least it had value. And I think that's what it is. It kind of gets old looting when there's nothing of value to you. Now, and like I said, fair point. It's not a whole lot of iron or lead or brass when you scrap it down. Um, and in this game, God, it doesn't take much to get the resources if you just mine for a little bit. But it's still the psychological aspect of it that at least there's some value to the loot. Now, if you're after dukes, you know, you're trying to make money, then there's value, but you get to that point in the game, even then, outside of needing tier 6 solar cells, and if you're psychotic like I am, and you need fucking 30 of them, then, you know, there's value, but again, after that, you know, there's no value if you don't need the money, unless you're just wanting the brass from the dukes. There's, different ways to look at it. Although at the same time, like I said, just throw it on the ground and move on and save the inventory space. But it would just be nice if there was some value with it, is all I'm saying, you know? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Dollar. Yeah, exactly. You know, you get so much of everything that you don't need the shit, but you always need iron. I mean, there is a point in the game where you can actually say you don't ever need iron anymore. But if you're playing a long-term game, you're probably using iron or to make forged steel or shit like that. Of course, like any game, though, at some point, there's just nothing else that you actually ever need. And then that's when you end up starting a new game anyway, so it becomes moot at that point, I guess. Yeah, if the traders didn't have limits, that would actually be nice as well. Like I said, that's why I stopped saving the fucking tools and bringing them back. I'm tired of taking fucking after Horde Night. I'm tired of having 20 fucking battle axes, but I can only sell 2 or 3 at max to a trader. So it's like, it fucking sucks. I understand that there's a reason for a cap, but at the same time, stop giving me all these goddamn tools then if there's a cap. And likewise, if they're going to give me all these tools, then let me smelt them down for fucking iron. Or scrap them down for iron instead of more steel tool parts. I guess the counter to all that then, which would kind of suck in a sense, maybe scrapping steel tools or mechanical tools shouldn't net you parts and just iron. That would be a counter, I guess. Of course, that would suck if you need one fucking steel tool part and you got a shitty one. It is nice to get a part out of it. But I think just making it universal to where you can smelt it and turn it into iron, that's all you need it. So you scrap it from the part into you scrap the tool into a part, and then you have the option to scrap the part into iron, or just smelt it straight out and just get iron straight out of the bat. But that would be different levels, and yeah, I don't trust them to get that right. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I mean, everyone plays differently, so, you don't always need a whole lot of iron. But realistically, you always find yourself needing it. If you're using bows, then you're going to want steel arrows, so you're going to need iron to keep up your supply on that. If you're using vehicles or anything, you need repair kits. Again, if you're trying to make money, obviously the best thing is to repair the shit before you sell it so you get the most amount of money. I don't know. It's a slippery. It's like a lot of things in the game, though. It doesn't have to be there, but if it was, it wouldn't be a bad thing. And anything that helps extend your game to where it doesn't feel stale would be a benefit to the game overall. Because, like I said, progression, my God, progression has gotten ridiculous in this game, guys. Uh, like I said, my side game, what? Fucking day 10, I bought the final 3 magazines to make my 4x4. What the fuck? I got a tier 5 sledgehammer. Fucking steel sledgehammer at that. My day 7 Horde Night. What was it? I had a tier 2 steel sledgehammer. I found a tier 3 tactical. I had a tier 1 pump shotgun. I just found a tier 2 compound bow. I mean, I was playing on 200% XP because it was kind of styled after Dan's challenge. But I am on warrior difficulty in that adventurer like the challenges. But progression, and I'm not, like I said, I did find a level 3 nerd outfit, but I haven't really I keep forgetting about the damn thing, and honestly, I don't ever get a fucking double out of that, so I don't even give a shit. But I'm using sledges, so I'm not even in intellect except for a physician. Level 1, that's all I went into. And obviously Grease Monkeys to get my magazines. But at least in my mind, there's always a reason for iron. And of course, again, it extends to like Horde Night. Like, do I give a I mean, it's cool we get all, it's cool I got all those loot bags, but did it have anything in there that I actually gave a fuck about or needed? No. And actually, you know what? You know what was the most important thing out of all that loot? In my mind, at this point in the game, the fucking canned food, so I can make more food if I want. Because that actually gives me something that I can use if I want. It actually has a value in a sense. Do I need it? No, but it does give me value. And hell, we used to be able to scrap fucking canned food for iron. So, like all these cans of peaches and shit, if you didn't want to run around eating peaches and then get eaten by zombies because logic, um, fuck, I was able to scrap that and get iron early game. Especially if it was in a game where uh, I was already established with either a farm or plenty of meat to live off of. Then the canned food was like, eh. And on Legacy, you didn't have really option. Well, you couldn't cook anything really anyway. So the canned food was actually kind of useless. Yeah, that's the thing. Tools are important in 7 days, but once you have maxed out tools, then what? Yeah, unless you're trying to sell and make dukes again, that's my point. If you're trying to make dukes in the game, then yeah, repair. You get a couple steel tools, some weapons. You know, chances are you got tier 6 everything anyway, so there's no point in tier 5 anything. If you got, you're not gonna be running around with a tier 6 melee weapon and then get a tier 5 and be like, oh, I'm going to use that one. Why? No one's going to downgrade their weapon. So, and every game I've played anyway, I'm pretty sure it's for everybody. Whatever melee weapon you're using, you're gonna find a fuck ton of those. So that's why I don't oppose them bringing back the workbench where we combined items, because I think that's coming back. Like I said, whether people like it or not, um, maybe people don't realize that. Because now, at least, if you're able to combine your shit into the workbench again, yeah, now when I do a Horde Night and I get 3 sledgehammers, now it's actually got some value to me. Because I could take those and actually combine mine and get it stronger. Now, is there going to be a cap like on Legacy and older alphas? I'm not sure because they did kind of make it sound like it was going to be you can keep going for a long time on that, which would be nice because again that would actually give you value for that. Whereas right now, well, we all craft our tier 6 shit within what 15 days, give or take. And then what? Outside of selling it for some dukes, no point. That's why I've always said, we got to have stuff in the game that keeps you motivated to keep wanting to go out there and looting. Because, like right now, I go looting. What am I really looting for? I really have no. There's nothing in this that I need. The only thing I actually need right now is probably more iron just so we can keep on cranking out more steel just to guarantee that we have enough steel to do the bottom 2 blocks on the outside wall. And I think we actually might have enough steel to do that anyway right now. But outside of that, Every time I go looting, the ammo's nice, but everything else I don't need. We could actually do jobs and not loot a damn thing and wouldn't even need it. Kind of sucks, you know? I think that's my point. It sucks that we don't need anything. We get to that point pretty quickly in this game where it's just kind of, eh. Which is why people bitch that their games don't last long. Because there's no motivation. We're all maxed out by fucking day 20. And then it's like, what now? Start a new game. Okay. Which is fine, because that early game does. I will say, on Legacy, I didn't like starting a new game often. Which, I mean, to be fair, even this game, or this version of the game, starting over sucks because I lose all my stuff. I lose my house. I lose all the work that I put into it. But it is nice starting a new game and going through all that motion again. Which is why we need something for mid to long term to keep that excitement level up. So if they are bringing back quality to our stuff, then I have a reason to build my home, enjoy this house for a long time while I still have the motivation to go out and loot and try to get my stuff even stronger. Yeah, it was said that it was going to be a fairly high cap on what we can get. Like old alpha, it was what, quality 600? And I think they're raising that even higher. And like I said, I mean, we all have our opinions on how the game should play, and I respect that. We're all not going to like everything. We're all going to disagree at some point. We might agree on some things, and that's totally fine. Uh, I'm a big fan of opposing opinions. That's how I've learned throughout my entire life. That's how you grow. That's how you mold your own opinions, your own perspective. As long as you're open-minded and not super closed-minded of an individual. But and that's what I love. And that's for me that's always been the most important thing is having those conflicting opinions because if you have the ability to see the other perspective, then you can. In my mind, that's how we grow. But so when it comes to the game, that's like glass jars. You had so many people wanting glass jars. Equally, there was many of us that didn't give a shit. Some didn't want it at all. And I know I joked about the glass jars, but it was nice to see the glass jars come back. Because that gave us a different route, a little bit different. Now, did it break the game? Fuck yeah, it broke the game. Yeah, I got fucking water up the ass. I don't even have to ever make a dew collector. Dew collectors are completely redundant to me now. But also, I can change the setting on refund jars if I want. Turn it back to 0. And then dew collectors become 100% viable. So, in that regard, like I said before, the ability to have more settings to the game makes this game longevity skyrocket. Because then we can all adjust our game how we actually love it and not fuck everyone else over because of our opinions. And we get to play the game that we enjoy. And that's what I want to see this game. I want this game to succeed. I want it to be at that level to where we can all play the style that we want and absolutely have fun doing it. And not be force locked into the same thing. Because I think, who was it? Was it East Priestbelt that mentioned it? Where they talked about the one dev said, oh, like 100 fucking settings. Oh, think about that. And even if they didn't do 100 settings, even if they broke it down to like 30, 30 settings to customize your game, I think would be huge. And I think some of those settings included AI pathing, being stupid or highly structural engineers. I think even a setting was mentioned about digging, being able to turn those on and off. Cause can you imagine if we could get back to where they can't fucking dig to bedrock? Immediately underground bases, bunkers, secure locations for that RP mentality. Fuck, man. Fuck, that would be so fucking sweet. Cause I would 100% go back to doing my 4-way bedrock for all my armory and all that. And that would open up the game in so many ways for a lot of people. But that's the way I see it. What's up, new Blar? Yeah, and for those that are on the PC side, yeah, you guys got mods and shit. Though, yeah, the longevity of the game is through the roof because everything that I'm talking about, there's basically a fucking mod for it. so, so it's you guys got a hell of an advantage. But like I said many a times, I'm not opposed to mods in a game, but you shouldn't have to have mods in a game to have fun. And that's the big key. You shouldn't need mods to fix the game to be enjoyable for yourself. Mods should be an enhancement, or like the overhauls, to give you a whole new experience from somebody else's creative mind. Yeah, that's the way I've always saw it with mods. Mods are amazing, no opposition against that, but you shouldn't be forced to have to use mods to play a game to make it fun for yourself. Because I think there's something really wrong if you have to have mods to enjoy the game. Because that tells you right there that the game is in a bad state. Now, that doesn't mean that you think the game is, completely bad because you're using mods. But I think the majority would agree that if you're switching to mods, it's because you're not finding vanilla enjoyable. you know, I can be wrong, but I tend to believe that. That there is some level of truth in that. Yeah, right, Dollar. I think now. Don't get me wrong. Again, it's all about countering the players. Oh, they're hiding. They're hiding underground on Horde Night. Who gives a fuck? I could turn off Horde Night. What the fuck? know. Who gives a shit if people? And I've never lived underground. I've never lived underground in any of my bases. My older videos, like on Legacy, what I loved doing was I built a 4-way at Bedrock that housed my armory. It was like a secure location for my forges, my workshop, my garage, my armory. Workshop, forge. Yeah, workshop, forge, armory, and garage. And then it was a 4-way because I went north, south, east, west, and I would tunnel out from the directions. Back when resources would go to Bedrock. And but I would dig out tunnels and get all my resources that way. That's how I maintained all my iron and my stone to keep all 10 forges running. Of course, back then when you broke down rocks, you got raw iron. So it was a good method, and it was cool in my mind. It was a nice little hidden compartment. And then I like living above ground because I want to see everything. I want to see the sun. I want to see the night sky. Um, so my base would be a little bit far away. Well, not super far, but a little distance away. That way, screamers didn't always spawn. I didn't have to deal with that stupid shit as my forges were going. Because I'm not a big fan of the screamers. I think they're overdone. They're more of a nuisance than anything. I can live without them. I'd be more than happy to live without screamers in the game. But yeah, Oh, you started playing Alpha 19? Oh, when you started playing it. Okay. Yeah, see, I know I'm old school. I wasn't on PC. I'm still not on PC, but I wasn't on PC when A16 came around. But I was on console, so we had like A15 basically. And we were actually weeks away from a big update when Telltale collapsed and went bankrupt. And I believe we were going to get A16 on console at that point. It pisses me off that we didn't get that update because of that bullshit with Telltale, but that's neither here or there. But looking at gameplay at that point, I still, even to this day, believe that A16 was the pinnacle of this game. You know, everyone associates spam crafting at that point, but from my understanding on PC, there was no spam crafting. They eliminated that. But you still had learn by doing. You still had action points to you added in to do that stuff. So they solved basically spam crafting because it was one of the things that kind of sucked on Legacy because you were kind of obligated to do it unless you want to run around with the really shit tools on day 20. Um, oh yeah, we went year. Yeah, our last update on console was 2018 December. Because that was right about the year that I started playing. We got the update. Well, that Halloween I bought a Telltale bundle for The Walking Dead. Um, and it just so happened to give 7 Days to Die free with the bundle for the Walking Dead bundle. I never heard of this game. I didn't know fucking jack shit about it. So it sat in my sat in my library for months. And then January came around and me and my buddy Bill were trying to figure out what the hell we were gonna play. And we're shooting the shit over PlayStation Chat. And I'm looking through my library and I see 7 Days to Die and I make a mention about that. It's like, well, what the fuck is this? And he said he played it a little bit, said it wasn't bad. So we decided to start playing it, and yeah, here I am. So technically, I've actually started playing. I didn't start playing until January of 2019. So from 2019 January to when did we get 1.0? Last year? Yeah, 2025. So no, it hasn't only been 6 months. 2024 was when we got the ported version, wasn't it? Yeah, it had to be 2024. So in the 5 years that I played Legacy, I racked up over 7,000 hours. That's with major months of absence from the game. And then we got 1.0 in January, or not January, July. And then since then, I have now racked up, fuck, I don't even know now, 4,000 hours? Yeah, 1.0 came out in July of, well, for PC, it came out in June of 2024. The console port came out at the July 25th of 2024. So in the last year and a half, yeah, in a year and a half, I have almost already done half of my hours on Legacy. But I'm consumed with renovating and everything, so I haven't experienced burnout. Legacy, I experienced burnout a lot, but that was also because all my bases were depressing concrete gray because we didn't have paint. And then I discovered creative menu and colored blocks. And then I created my mimic crafting system so I can keep playing legitly because I don't like cheating in games. Um, I created my mimic crafting system, and yeah, that's when it really took off. I was still able to get burnt out on Legacy, but surprisingly, I've experienced fatigue with this game. Don't get me wrong, but nothing to the point that Legacy used to do. Like, I would put the game down for fucking months. Of course, the controls on Legacy was shit. It was ported over as from PC, and the controls were never optimized for console. So very floaty. Uh, response is really fucking sluggish. Sensitivity is off the freaking charts. You try to aim down with the sniper rifle, I mean, you're just zipping all over the place unless you drastically reduce aim sensitivity, which then in turn makes you turn slower in the game. Thankfully, we were able to sprint backwards in that game because that was the only way I could actually turn around and do a 180. So anytime that I had to spin around to fight a Zed, I had a sprint when I did it so I could turn faster. Kind of sad. Those are the old days, you know. Memories. And that's like when Rad Donkey brings up Legacy, it's like, do I really want to go through that shit again? Not really. It's not so much the way that it looks. It's not the gameplay, it's the controls. Yeah, I loved 1.0. And like I said, 1.0, man. Despite the flaws with Grover High and shit, 1.4 was stable on console. I was able to go to cities. Now, I did break my Higashi Pharmaceutical base because I kind of overdid it. But by then, it was 1.4. It had already gone through, I think, 2 of the updates. But if I left my base and went to my horde base and then turned around and went back, only half the base would load in, and then the gyrocopter would freeze in the air. And then when it would drop, I would actually clip through the earth. so yeah, there was, you know. But it was definitely, 1.4 was definitely stable, more stable. I could go to Wasteland City, I could go to Snow City, I could go to Desert City. Now it's a glitch fest. I'm always waiting for the game to crash. And yeah, they released they rushed out this version way too fast. 2.5 should not have released in December. But they were so stubborn to just push out whatever they had without optimizing it first to try to appease the masses. And I get that, but if your game is buggy and shitty, don't release it. Let people bitch. That way, when you do release it and it's in a stable condition, they'll love it more. That's just, just a thought. At least that's my opinion anyway. Because if I could, I'd go right back. Like I said before, if I could on console, I would revert back to 1.4. I would not be playing 2.0 at all. 2.0 has nothing been fucking buggy. I had two. I only crashed twice on 1.0 error. 2.0 I've crashed. I've lost count. It's ridiculous. Yeah, and I agree, Newbar. And I mean that's the testament of how many hours I've put into the game too. I love the game, and I don't even have mods. And even though with all the bugginess, I still love this fucking game because it's a double edged sword. There's the good and the bad with this game, but the good kind of outweighs the bad sometimes to keep me playing. Yeah, the mod creators, I've said that before. The mod creator, no, not every mod creator, but a lot of the mod creators, they definitely get massive fucking kudos, man. They've done some amazing shit with this game. Extended the life of this game by years. When this game otherwise should have been dead from the incompetence of the developers. Because the modders have turned around and fucking fixed the shit, added the shit, listened to what people actually wanted, did major overhauls and changed the entire experience to amazing quality of life improvements that they refuse to give in base vanilla. So yeah, a lot of kudos goes out to the modders, man. Some of them guys, and I've said it before, you know, if I was a developer and if this was my game, I think I'd be hiring a couple of those modders, even if it's only for a small project. Instead of being stubborn and only listening to my own head up my own ass. You know, because it's clear that, you know, a lot of the passion, you know, you can tell the passion from the modders. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it. Well, Aramis, yeah, Ramsey, Kane. There's a lot of them out there. Yeah, GG. A lot of them are done good. And you don't even have to, you know, you don't even have to be one where you did major overhauls. Even just the quality of life shit. Yeah, and again, you know, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, they got the passion for it, and they got the talent to back it up. That's the thing. Yeah, look at what's the one that you guys mentioned? Red Sonja with the decor and shit, adding a whole different element, but extending a whole lot of shit. Yeah, that's you know, that's the cool shit, and that's the advantage of being on PC. That's why if things would have been different, I would be on PC right now. I'd be doing a lot of other stuff right now. But, you know, here's what it is. Yeah, that's the thing, you know, even if it's just small things like that she's doing, it's still adding a whole fresh element to the game. Extending, and it's hitting that market of people like me that wants the core, that wants the, you know, the little shit like that. Shit that should be in the game. I mean, that's all there's to it. The shit that should be in the game. Instead, they're more worried about finding ways to screw you over as a player. That's why I said before, like, I think one of the best developers out there turned out to be Hello Games. With the way No Man's Sky turned out. I still believe I still believe they weren't going to release No Man's Sky when they did. That was pressure by Sony. There was so much hype around No Man's Sky that year, and it had already been delayed. I think Sony forced them to push that game out way too early. And then when it released, they went silent for a couple months. They didn't say shit to nobody, which kind of was a bad PR move, but at the same time, when they came back, you know, they fucking stomped that shit right into the ground and fucking nailed it out of the park. And after all these years, they still add more shit. That game, that game has become a fucking legend just by the competence of that fucking that development team. That's what I expect out of a developer. One that actually has passion for their game. Because they didn't stop. They've just expanded that. And I haven't even played No Man's Sky now in year and a half. But I remember when I turned it back on, the last time I did, Jesus Christ, woo, it's like, wow, this thing has changed. And every time I go back, man, it's just like, wow, has it been improved? So whether you like the game or not, just the respect from the work that them guys have put in, that team, unbelievable. Yeah, some of the mods, yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, some of the mods, some of the creators go a little bit over the fucking top. Kind of like the devs, they go all in on something and don't really stop to think if they should. But, not everything is always going to be the way we want it. Of course, we all ain't going to agree with the way certain things, like, especially like with the mods. There'll be some really good aspects to it, then there's others. Because which mod was it that gained a little bit of notoriety for a short time? Was it Forsaken Trail? Yeah, I was like, oh, kind of a cool concept. And then when I saw gameplay, it's like, fuck no. No. That's just fucking way too much shit to fucking have to hold on to and search for. Wood scraps to turn into a wood plank to do. And it's like, fuck all that. That's too complicated. You ain't got to get over that. Some overcomplicate it, in my opinion. It can have, it can have some complexity to it and all that wonderful good stuff, but yeah, overbearing. That's like realism in the game. I'll talk about realism, but at the same time, you do have to suspend some, belief in reality because it is a video game. Yeah, the fact that we could pick up a 4x4 and stick it in our pocket or carry tons and tons of resources. But that's video game. We expect shit like that. But then there's other aspects where it's like it doesn't need to be that real. And you don't really we talk about having a lot of people will talk about, oh, I want a realistic experience in my survival game and shit. But then if it's too real, you're not having fun because it's too fucking real. It kind of ruins the whole immersion of a video game. Some people don't realize that. So you look at some of those mods where it's overbearing, and it's like, yeah, those are the people that didn't actually get it. Overreal is no one wants a 1-to-1 ratio of a life simulator. Life's shitty as it is half the time. I don't want to play a game that just reminds me how shitty it can be. And I don't think anybody wants it, you know. Yeah, I know I need to go to bed myself, man. We kind of got into a conversation here for the last hour. I was supposed to stop an hour ago. Yeah, see, like 20 different workstations, nobody needs that. But adding a couple other ones, what mod was it that added the ammo press? I think that would be amazing for the game. As far as mass producing ammo, you can still craft in the workbench at the normal speed, but then get to that point where you can build a fucking ammo press that would reduce costs for ammo, speed up ammo production, and allow you to scrap ammo to convert it into the components so you can make other ammo would be amazing. Do you need any other crafting machines after that for ammo? No. But having a couple additional ones would actually not be bad. That's like we got the apiary. We're supposed to get a chicken coop. You know. Um and just trying to think, is there like any other type of workstations that we really need in the game? Now, if they were to add, like other mods, though, that's when they started adding other metals and shit, so you needed like an advanced forge and all for that. But I don't think the game needs to really be that complicated either. I think workstations at this point in the game, it doesn't have to be, 20 additional ones. Or like they did in the previous alpha, where they introduced the wood saw, and you had to have the wood saw just to make a fucking angled block. The concept was nice, but the execution, that was tedious. And I would have hated it. Now, I did like the concept that if they were to add the table saw back, you use that to make advanced furniture. I would be down for that. Like, we could craft furniture right now in a workbench or on us, and it's dirty, but then introduce a table saw that creates fresh, clean, modern, not damaged furniture. I would be down for that. As long as they actually gave us a fuck ton of decor and not limited. I would be fine with that. Yeah, Sunken Land. I haven't seen anything recently on Sunken Land, but that looked like it was going to be pretty damn good. Because I know that gained some traction for a while there. We do like to have our visits after stream. Yes, I. Yeah. Yeah, ammo press. I think the ammo press is a cool idea. Not one that you need, but adds a little bit of element. It would give me a reason to expand my workshop a little bit. I like new stuff. But if it's overbearing, yeah, then it's like, oh, God. And like I said, that Forsaken Trail one, I seen that one, and it's like, nah, I'm good. that's one I would not want to play at all. That's just too fucking... It's a video game. It doesn't have to be overcomplicated. It's good to have options. It's good to have, more stuff. But when they start adding all these other little fucking things that you now got to worry about, it just that's just overbearing in my mind. You just want sleep. Look out of bed, Shane. Jesus Christ. No, I do need to. It's 1:20 in the morning, guys. Whew, that was actually pretty good though. We had actually a pretty good horde night. We got enough done in the western town, I think. I'm pretty happy with the progression that we got. I do gotta plot out where we're gonna put the land claim blocks moving forward. And then, like I said, I'm gonna have to get somebody to come in and fucking drop 3 land claim blocks to help cover the town at some point. Because apparently they will still spawn on a player block, even without a land claim block, so there went that idea. That kind of pisses me off, but what can you do? But I guess now moving forward, I don't have to rip up the floor. I'll just upgrade it to cobblestone and move on. So that will save us some time. That's nice. And anything that'll save me time on this game, I will gladly take. I'm not going to stream tomorrow or tonight, however you want to look at it. I would like to say I'll stream Friday night, Tombstone. I'm not sure if I will. Just depends on how I feel, guys. Because this shit does wear me out. But Saturday is definitely Dan's challenge. That'll be 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we'll obviously be doing that. And then after that, I'll kick up a stream of this again. Most likely. So whether I stream Friday night or not, we'll definitely get a double stream on Saturday, stream Tombstone on Sunday, multiplayer on Monday, and then we'll take the next week after that, as is. I appreciate that, Nublar. Well, hopefully you have fun hanging out with us. Kind of crazy. I haven't gone into a major rant in a while, but I do like to rant. You can ask you can ask them about the epic rants that I'll go on. Hopefully they're entertaining. That's kind of the point when I go on a rant. There's some truth behind it, obviously, but it should be for fun. But But yeah, I appreciate y'all for hanging out. Hopefully everything is good on your end. Hopefully you're excited for the weekend. If you're living in the future, well, it's Friday now, so. And if you're living in the future, let me know the winning lotto numbers. I'll split the winnings. Just saying, I'm not greedy. I just want enough money to live and actually get a fucking PC. Yeah, I'm not asking for much, but I'll split it. I'm not greedy. I'll split it. Dean said he'll be in the challenge only if it's individual. Well, there's always gonna be team shit. So I don't know what to tell him then, because I don't think Dan's gonna rewrite the way the challenge is going, just because he don't want to. We should have a lot more individual challenges, though. To be fair, instead of just one individual and teammates on the others, because that's kind of fucking up the score. But that's neither here or there. But other than that, obviously, I hope everything is good, guys. Definitely stay safe, and until next time, definitely take it easy and go to bed, Shane. Now you have no excuse to not go to bed. Yeah, the team challenges are that's neither here or there, man. We'll figure it out later, guys.